All right. Hey, welcome everybody. Um, so I just wanted to kind of get a stream in. And today I'm going to be doing some research on some LGBT issues. Namely around some of the laws that have been passed. I also want to try and find a clip from Destiny where he said something about going crazy should he ever find out that his school was had been calling his son she her without telling him. And I just think that that's a really bad position. I think he was talking to Farha. It was probably one of the last Farha streams that I watched.
Who is Ting? We're an internet service provider who builds, lights, and services fiber networks across.
This was probably like one of the best dates of my life. We're vibing, and he's talking about how much he hates the porn industry and how he's like very against porn. I forgot how it came up. I was talking about living in LA, and I was like, yeah, and then I started an OnlyFans, and hit the reaction on his face and thought about, yeah, Rolo and Red Pill and how they were all right. So yeah, I'm showing him my content, and yeah, he's not reacting. And I was like, well, what are you thinking? Like,
I'm gonna try and find the quote.
The whole point of gendered bathrooms is how people react. Do you think there's a good ethical
no, it's
reason?
not. It's about the bathroom you personally feel comfortable.
Hold on. Do you think that bathrooms are ethics? Do you think if we go and study like ancient philosophy, we're gonna find like information about like men should have men's bathrooms and women should have women's bathrooms? They only exist for people's comfort. That's it. You want to make the one person who wants to go into the bathroom with they identify with, their comfort supersedes the comfort of everybody else in that bathroom.
Even if I could just get a little vulnerable here for a second.
Conservatives don't really see it. They don't really care about trans issues when they are trying to ban trans adult care. They see it as kind of like this ideological battleground for, you know, what does it mean to be mentally healthy? What is a woman? What is a man? And that allowing kind of trans people to exist and to access care in this manner challenges kind of those underlying paintings for how they kind of build their foundation of reality. In terms of who is more to blame, in my opinion,
I think it was just yesterday, the UK banned, the NHS banned puberty blockers for kids. So it's like,
yeah, or to
maybe I won't be able to find it.
Do you think surgeries should be totally off the table for anybody under 18?
Trans women are not supposed to be denied entry because they have a competitive advantage over women in sports. They're supposed to be denied entry because they've got potential advantages that come from not being women. That's the issue.
Well, right.
Yeah,
I understand
but it's where the competitive advantage comes from, not just because they have a competitive advantage. Just because some woman might have slightly higher testosterone doesn't mean her advantage is coming from being a male.
Listen. They're producing more androgens than your typical female.
No, you said Trump should have the right to hang MAGA flags. That's the right. White House. You said that. Yes. Yeah. Agreed. Yep. I disagree. I don't think so.
Do you think Congress should have the right to... Wait. Let's just make this clear. Stephen, do you think that Congress should have the ability to put MAGA flags up?
through passing it through legislation, yes.
And then being signed by the president? Okay.
Yeah.
So then the only difference is...
I want it. I want actually, yes, that is true. Which is, I like how you're like, just what's the difference between the president unilaterally doing something versus laws being passed by Congress, you know?
No, but then the problem isn't really like whether...
When you're launching a new product with a tight deadline,
2 weeks?
Grammarly's tone suggestions.
Yo, Tree, I think I've been on Destiny's stream for a long time. I think that might be some of the craziest. So apparently, I hate pride or something like that. Someone saying that.
You hate what?
I hate pride.
Oh.
Yo, Tree, I think I've been on Destiny's stream for a long time. I think that might be some of the craziest. So apparently, I hate pride or something like that. Someone saying that.
You hate what?
I hate pride.
Oh yeah. We watched a video. I don't remember if I did. I felt like there was a video where you either misquoted the person or it was like not exactly. I don't remember. Oh, I think the teacher was saying something about how like if people. I wish I could. I don't remember it.
Yeah, I think I kind of remember the gist of it. I had people like emailing me stuff about it. So the teacher like has these Muslim kids who don't attend the Pride thing, and then she starts lambasting them, saying like, we attend your Muslim stuff. Why don't you attend the Pride stuff? It's like, but Muslims don't really care whether you do that. I don't think I've ever.
You thinking like what's going through your head? This isn't a fight. This is like an anecdote.
Okay.
So yesterday, I went on a date with this TradCon boy.
Okay.
We got lunch for like 5 hours.
Okay.
And then we went to the beach and hung out in the sand.
I can tell you have a nice tan.
Yeah. Yeah, he didn't ask me if I feel weird about being too brown or like if I...
Oh my goodness.
Trump winning the election is not impossible. Anybody.
Perhaps it's older than what this is going to. How do I get to page 2? It didn't happen before May. Like, I heard this maybe last week? 2 weeks ago?
You're a hardworking adult ready for a comeback. You made your schedule, you called the shots,
I don't think it's supersede. I think it's...
Girls in high school did shave their heads. Maybe I should just give up. Oh goodness. Oh no. Under 18. Right.
Your typical female.
We'll have to take a shirt off, change room, everybody make fun. School, like games, conversation doctor might have. Maybe it was this.
What do I have to pay?
I just remember that he didn't get much pushback from it. I'm talking to my kid at school, like, what is the code for right? It's gonna include sex, and I brought it up because I was like, oh, I like to think there was things, married as a woman, share the answer application, everything you have to do, pulling up your husband's information from the guy I broke up. I tell you from works of imbeciles, people like you. Like I come from a Catholic background. I like relationships. Random cash box, can't monitor money. PM. Fairly sure I didn't watch it on a Saturday because I think that I was listening to it while I was at work. Free. Gotta be in one of these. Holy fuck. This thing almost goes nuclear after being pressed on foreign. This one, but you know what?
We came to Rome to shoot a chasing, something with a lot more ambition and unpredictability that we haven't had in.
I was in a conversation.
Short transcripts. Nice. Alright, here we go. It's happening. Because you ever, like, done something, been in the middle of something, and you're just like...
A little bit.
I didn't even watch this, so I know this isn't it. Have you ever been in the middle of something and you put so much time into it and effort into it that you can't stop now? You feel like you just wasted all that time and effort? That's where I am right now. Where's the actual title? If teenage kid comes out as trans to the school, but his parents, but not the parents, should the school tell their parents? And the poll was pretty 50-50, but some of the comments where the school should actually hand over the kid to a transition specialist without notifying the parents. Come here, pretend that it's not. This is not what other people are. Seeing how it's an army is ridiculous. I mean, I'm a parent, and some of the things you guys are saying makes me want to pass those laws, to be honest. Okay, so you're fixating on like a small group of vocal people online, terminally hit, touch grass. It's like codified in the law because it's not okay, right? But yeah, right. conservatives aren't just trying to codify those stipulations, a lot of trying to in general. Let's see. He says he'd go crazy. Not the parents.
But not the parents. Should the school tell the parents? And the poll was pretty 50-50, but some of the comments that were said in there were just outlandish. Some of the comments were as far as saying the parents' right should not matter. In fact, the parents' rights, the kids' right matter. Some of the comments were the school should actually hand over the kid to a transition specialist without notifying the parent. To come here and pretend that this is not what other people are seeing as a normie, it's just ridiculous. I mean, I'm a parent, and some of the things you guys are saying.
So the real answer to this is that whether or not the school tells the parent is got to be up to the child. If the child does not want the school to tell the parent that they are trans, then there's probably a reason for it. And even if there's not, there's going to be enough kids where there's a good reason why they don't want their parents to know that it's worth keeping the parents in the dark as long as the kids want the school to keep the parents in the dark. That decision should be up to the kid 100%. If the parent hasn't created the kind of relationship with their kid to where they are comfortable coming out to them, then that is the parents' issues, not the school's. And of course, there are going to be those situations where the kid just unrationally believes that they can't talk to their parent, but a good parent would probably be in tune with their kid enough in order to kind of take a guess and just be patient enough to wait for the kid to want to come out to them. It is not the school's responsibility to out kids to the parents. That can be dangerous and it should not happen.
It makes me want to pass those laws, to be honest.
Okay, so you're hyperfixating on like a small group of vocal people online who are terminally online. Like, I think if you actually went out and touched grass and talked to the average person, they would probably say like, oh yeah, I don't think like something like that should be okay. But
absolutely.
Like,
so that's what we codified into.
They absolutely should not be taking the kid to like transition medical professionals or whatever. That wouldn't be okay without the parents' permission. They can give the kids counseling without the parents' permission. I feel they can certainly do that. There's nothing wrong with that. They can respect the pronouns and socially transition the kid without the parents' permission. Allow the kid to wear whatever clothes they want without the parents' permission. Yeah.
Laws, because it's not okay. You're right.
Yeah, but conservatives aren't just trying to codify those stipulations of the law. They're trying to, like, in general, make being trans illegal entirely.
No, we're exactly codifying those laws. We're codifying the medical treatment of minors. It may be a little bit too extensive, because I do agree that if the parents are okay with it, then, well, get the kid over. But the parent has to be involved at all points.
Yeah, okay. I'll say that. I'll concede that, like,
okay. Oh, did I already do this one?
All this time I thought we closed.
Right? I know it's not that one. I'm not even. Oh my gosh.
They're like,
that was such an awful debate.
Anybody that says that is crazy. He can still win the Republican nomination, and he could still win the general. It's possible. So.
But then he showed me like basically just, you know, having a rainbow and a unicorn in the school is grooming children into being gay. And you're like, nah, you know, it's not the same. Even like in the slightest, what's the grooming process? And he was like, you can't talk about like LGBT with children without mentioning like sex. And I'm like, yes, you can.
Yeah.
Like easily, you know, like basically I told like those like stories people read to children about like prince and a princess, like falling in love. You can do the same shit without like sex with like prince and a prince. I don't know, you know what I mean, right? You can easily do it without, you know, we have been to telling children stories about love and, you know, relationships without sexual aspect for.
Word grooming, nobody knows what it means anymore. Right? Grooming just means talking to a kid and telling them something that the parents don't want them to know about. That's like what people consider grooming. So like, yeah.
Well, that's what he said. That right person. He basically showed me like this very sexual weird shit, which is, you know, weird, and I think it's weird, but into.
Somebody in YouTube chat, I'm sorry, somebody in YouTube chat just said this, teaching kids how to use butt plugs is grooming. It's not. It might be creepy, it might be weird, and it might be wrong, but that's not grooming. Again, like grooming has just turned into like anytime you show kids something I don't like, it's grooming. That's not grooming at all. But, you know, yeah.
It does not sound. Not that one.
Steven, do you think that
Put it in our schools, nice and simple. Proceed woman, times himself in any proceeding. A long time ago, Trump school or whatever, lawyer, parents went from Mexico. Mandatory in school where you learn like government process. Problem with searching for the word son. There's so many words with the word son inside of it.
This is really creepy. Don't do this, guys. I mean, to be fair, like school kind of fucks us too, right? Where it's like, if you get a 70%, what, you got like most of the, like way more than half the answers right, but that's like a fail, or like 68% is a fail. Jesus.
Yeah, it's nowhere in this.
I think it's on par.
Oh, I don't know. Girls in high school.
I don't know. I know 3 girls in high school that shave their heads, so I don't know what you mean by that.
When I said last week, girls in Colorado don't wear makeup, and you said girls will be eviscerated if they don't wear makeup all the time.
Yeah, I
you were
don't,
like, you're subscribed. You're like, oh, you're using like a very niche example. I'm like, no, lots of girls don't wear makeup.
Okay.
Woman, so they'd be very contradictory if they were to say Blair White should go into the women's bathroom just because her gender expression appears female. Like, they wouldn't say that.
Logically, they would feel that way, but they're fighting really hardcore against their intuition there. I think if you understand, you ask them, you would see that they would they'd buckle, and they would change their opinion. It reminds me of every single show where Ben Shapiro and I think it happened with Steven Crowder.
I think I've ever heard Muslims say that. And in the second half, she goes on to say, well, you know, in Uganda, protesting over the pride stuff.
Then yeah, I mean, it'll get to that point. I didn't think people would push this hard, but I mean, here we are. Yeah, it's stupid, but what are you gonna do?
Wait, what do you mean pushing and pushing? I'm actually curious. I actually don't know where you stand.
Somebody sent me a paper that somebody had written about how like one of the important parts of establishing and cementing kind of like new political processes is you have to allow you have to have grace in winning, and you have to allow for like when you win on certain political issues. The 90s, hearing about how important it would be for like gay education for kids in school. But I mean, like teaching people like gay authors and stuff was, but I don't know, it might just be like all recentism, I'm not sure.
I feel like the only misstep is really the children's stuff. So
ask me about stuff going with my kid in school, I would come off as a crazy conservative. Like I said, like if I found out, for instance, that my kid was using different pronouns at school or some shit.
Ah, found it. Yes. Oh my goodness. Yes. Oh, that was annoying. All right, so this was the conversation.
People like gay authors and stuff was, but I don't know, it might just be like all recentism, I'm not sure.
I feel like the only misstep is really the children's stuff. Because I suspect that people are just irrationally protective of their kids. And so when you prod that, even if what you're thinking is logical, I think people and their kids are just crazy. And
I would say too, I wouldn't call that irrational. Because like I said, like I think if you
okay, he said I wouldn't call that irrational. Okay.
Ask me about stuff going with my kid in school, I would come off as a crazy conservative. Like I said, like if I found out, for instance, that my kid was using different pronouns at school or some shit, and that was going on for like a year, and then I found out from like one of his friends, and nobody at that school even told me, I would pull my kid out of school 1,000,000%. He would never be sent there again. Like I would lose.
Yeah, so that's a really bad position to have, because like, wow, there's just no reason for it. There's no reason for it. I was trying to think of maybe, like, I can see where, like, from a personal perspective, where that maybe your first reaction, and I can kind of understand, but no. The reason why that's a bad reaction to that situation is because if the school isn't telling you, there's a reason. It's because they have a policy of not telling the parents, not being the ones to tell the parents. That should be up to the kid. And And you should understand why that policy, like Destiny as a left-leaning person, should understand why that policy would be in place, and that it's to protect kids whose parents would be abusive towards the kids should they find out. So yeah, actually the whole reason I want to find this was because I wanted to post a Reddit thread. And maybe I can get Senpai Destiny's attention. Happy Cake Day. Oh, I gave him the... Lol, my birthday's not correct on there. Goodness. Alright. Create a post. Title.
The 90s, hearing about how important it would be for like gay education for kids in school. But I mean, like teaching people like gay authors and stuff was. But maybe I'm wrong, or maybe I'm just playing it. The goal has just been push, spit it. You don't like rub it in their face. When you win on certain political issues, processes, somebody sent me a paper that somebody.
Share. Copy. Oops. Okay. Paste. Hold on a second. Maybe he redeems himself here.
Lose my mind. I don't even think that's irrational. Like as a parent, you want to know what's going on with your kid. Now the hard part is that some parents are shit parents, but I mean like that's not really up for us to decide, you know?
It's not really.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree.
So he seems like he recognizes what I'm saying. I don't think that's irrational. I don't think it's irrational. Because as a parent, you would want to know what's going on with your kid. Like gay authors and stuff.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. On the side of the left, though, I think in their mind, they've kind of had their way with the culture war for the last, I think, 40, 50 years. So maybe it's just a matter of wanting to continue down that trend because they've been very successful. If you think about all social issues, I feel like the left has won on pretty much everything, which I think is also great too. Like gay marriage being a thing, the fact that interracial stuff is like being normalized, the fact that this.
All right, let's see. Parents out there that recognize the school's responsibility that child, different pronoun. That's not Going. Active. Yes. Unhouse. Intimate. No. Child. If they drugs, budding, so there's activity like that. Activates. IVIT, yes, like that. Not. Child. Okay, I think that's good. Your posts must contain flair. goodness. Friends. I wonder if this gets any traction at all. It's an interesting conversation, I think, and I think that I'm 100% on the right side of this conversation, so. Oh, is my Restream chat working in Restream now? Hold on a second. Testing. Oh, it does work now. Oh, look at you, Kick. Stepping it up in the world. All right, now we're going to do some research, and then I think I'm just going to play some video games. I just want to look up a couple of things. Teacher... school beans. Beans. Under... Don't... They... So, there's a very interesting conversation about the Florida Parent Protection whatever blah blah blah's bill. The left commonly called it "Don't Say Gay," and that was the idea that the "Don't Say Gay" bill doesn't even mention the word gay, so it's not like discriminatory against gay people. And a lot of people were saying that, like, we were really the bill is so vague that we really won't know what kind of effects it's gonna have until it's passed. And it seems like, well, now it looks like 4 schools have been sued under this law. Oh, this was last year. Holy fuck. One person that was sued was a teacher who apparently played a Disney movie that featured a gay couple. As far as I know, there was no type of like romantic or sexual activities or anything that could be construed as sexual activities performed by the gay people. But the mom and dad kissed a lot in this movie, and if that is what the kind of things that people are being sued over, and people aren't being sued over things like straight couples kissing, but the mere existence of a gay couple in there is what triggers this law, then it very obviously makes this a discriminatory law. It is the "Don't Say Gay" bill, because it's not a problem when it's a straight couple. Has rejected a lawsuit seeking to block controversial Florida law that restricts classrooms' instructions on gender identity and sexual orientation. U.S. District Judge Jill Allen Windsor on Wednesday issued a 21-page decision dismissing a revised lawsuit filed by students, parents, teachers who argued that the law is unconstitutional. Wisner ruled that the plaintiffs had no alleged sufficient facts to show they had legal standing to challenge the law. Plaintiffs have showed... How would a teacher not have legal standing to challenge a law that directly affects their job? Plaintiffs have shown, and students would have legal standing too. I don't understand that. Plaintiffs have shown a strident disagreement with law version. They have been denied. Is this even about the lawsuit? Another challenge? Oh, this is just about a challenge to the law. Challenges to the law. Pull his kid out of school because they have a policy that this is not that. No, he pulled his kid out of school because the teachers were effectively trying to parent the kid without the parent's knowledge, and that's 100% reasonable. What? What? Okay. Let's see. Do I don't have read it up anymore. Alright, how do I word this? Is not being the source of information about a child's not being the source of information about a child's verb pronouns for the parents, the sprained parent child. That makes sense. Oh my goodness. Downvoted me. Okay. School being sued. Showing Disney. The Hernando County School Board has closed its investigation into Florida teacher who showed the Disney film Strange World to her 5th graders, according to a copy of district's final reports provided to blah blah blah. Education inappropriate conduct investigation is ongoing. First year's teacher at Winning Waters K-8 Barbie says she showed the 2022 film because it directly related to a class curriculum, not because it portrayed Disney's first openly gay character. The animated film tells the story of a family that explores Barbie said that of explorers. A family of explorers. Barbie said it was relevant to the lesson. Barbie was reported to the Florida Department of Education after the student told their mom, a member of the school board, about the film being shown. The school system subsequently opened its own investigation. The final report in Henrico says the investigation was complete regarding the parents' complaint. You had a PG-rated movies approval form for all the students and had connected the movie to the curriculum being taught. The school system maintained Barbie violated the staff handbook, saying you are reminded that you must seek and receive administrative approval before showing film or video. The report is signed by a principal of school Brooksville. So it seems like her violation was just not telling the school administration that she was planning on showing a video. Okay. She says she emailed the Office of Professional Practice Services and Education Department requesting clarification, saying, I had permission slips signed for the students but did not obtain approval for the specific film. I was under the impression that permission slips was sufficient and was unaware of a policy procedure in place concerning the approval of specific films. If there were such a policy or procedure in place, I am unaware of it ever being followed by my fellow teachers. This is not an excuse, but I am a first-year teacher and learn something new every day. The Henrico School District Staff Handbook for 2022-2023, under lesson plans, it states, all electronic media, videos that you see used in the classroom must be related to curriculum, be being taught, and be grade level appropriate, and must be approved by the school administration prior to viewing it by students. It's fine to take your. It's a fine take. Schools should not be keeping secrets from parents or for half of their students unless they have some solid reason to believe informing the parents would lead to abuse, especially considering how important early intervention in RE trans issue. If the child is going by a different pronoun at school and the school hides this from the parent for weeks or months or longer, that's pretty irresponsible, all else being equal. If us. My daughter was dating a guy straight up and about it all and tell the parent. 3. I agree that I don't want to call it intervention. Early hint? Important trans people. However, education that matter for the student however student is trans probably if they allow it. Let's see. Still choose not tell. Right? And that. I agree that early treatment can be very important for trans people. However, if the student is trans, they probably already know that. If they do not, education should be provided to them on that matter by the school. And if they know how important early treatment can be and the consequences of not getting said early treatment and still choose not to tell their parent, that should be their right. And there is a good chance that there is a good reason for that. That provide exception. Kids as solid parents Having a policy. Environment. Oh, I got another one. So this one is getting popular. My ex-wife was bisexual. For the sake of ultra clarity, I'll clarify that she's 27 years old. Her dad was super ultra religious conservative. She came out to him bisexual at the age of 14, and for the next 4 years of her life, he did not allow her to go anywhere besides church and school. She could not hang with friends. She could not go to parties or school dances or anything of that nature. She was essentially on full lockdown mode. This was his reaction to her being bisexual. She isn't even full gay, and this was his reaction. The don't tell people's parents policies are for people like her. I know it's an anecdote, and there are probably many who would react as harshly as he did. Who wouldn't react as harshly as he did, but I think that's a good enough reason for there to be an instance for teachers to hide stuff like this from a parent. I agree with you, actual Tony. But like I said in this last comment, do schools typically tell parents about the going-ons in their child's personal life? Like, if my niece was dating a guy in school, would the school call me and tell, or not me, they wouldn't call me, but they'd call her mom and tell her? I feel like there is a much higher risk of a child getting into risky behavior if they're just dating somebody than if they're just going by different pronouns. Yes, you send kids to school to become educated, not for their value system. Keep the gender studies shit away from people. Earn. Being a source of information about the child's preferred pronoun is the okay. Parents, their kids are going by different pronouns as gender study being cool. So I'm saying my daughter, even though I don't have a daughter, because it's just easier to engage in the conversation this way. There can be no half measures on this. If the kid is in an abusive situation, things need to be done. If they aren't, the school has zero authority and has a legal guardian to the kid and cannot play secret keeper with children like this. They could easily be sued into oblivion depending just how much and to what end the secrets were. No half measures. Either the kid needs to be taken from the parent because they are abusive, or they aren't abusive and they have full legal authority over their child. The weird Stalinist-esque, we know how to be your parent now, shit teachers, schools, and by extension the state, and the people who hold water for this need to end. It doesn't end well otherwise. I'm just gonna copy and paste. I'm tired of retyping this. There are levels of harmful and not enough. Thinking, eruptive behavior, levels of there is an if of a first ex-wife, father, yep, but go to church. Business. Oh, party. Alright, I got like 3 messages while I was typing that. Yes. I think the issue probably being the idea that non-traditional pronouns to begin with. Literally, just leave kids alone, man. Or kid. Okay, why do you keep equating gender identity and social transition with dating? Okay. If a kid asks a teacher to call them a different, non-traditional pronoun, how is that the school not leaving kids? Alright, why do you keep equating gender identity and social transition with dating? Equating gender identity and social transition with dating. Dating is just a phase, but there's more involved with gender identity. If your kid went up to their teacher and said they were hearing voices in their head that weren't their own, you'd probably be pissed if the teacher kept that from you. I think dating IOLOGY is a good one. Good one. Because dating costs harms that social transition does not. Gosh, I hate the spell check on this. How the fuck do you spell analogy? Ever, nobody is calling. Calling for no one is calling for school. No parents. Want the However, no one is calling for a parent. Hearing voices. This? Not their own. Hearing voices that is not their own. Any other or any other signs of schizophrenia is crosses the line where allowing of out there lives is not all of it. To be called and pronoun or to be called is far from one. Ever. If us found out the kid was taking FHR. Out they were putting them. Out. All right. What else are people saying? I got like five of them while I was typing that. Oh my goodness. I thought I was going to get some research done. I would hope a teacher would tell the kids shut the fuck up, turn in their homework, not to entertain the experimental identity of their other kin's students. What if it was other kin? Friend. Or what if girl? This person is just off the rails. I probably will stop engaging with them at noon. There be no half measures. It literally is the parent's right to know these things. If a parent is fit to be the legal guardian, let's not be our words and just wing it with the law on this. I promise you, even just the way schools are forced to operate makes them divulge this information. I promise you, even just the way schools operate makes them divulge this information and nearly anything else of various note to the parents. I don't think that's true. I don't know a single parent that's ever been told. My sister dated people in high school. In school, I didn't. I was a loser. But they never once called my mom and told them that my sister was involved in a relationship. It's very odd that there's a growing trend of trying to divest kids of their parents completely to encourage people like teachers to do it. This is exactly why those nutters on the right are losing their shit. There's literally is subversive element trying to fuck with, and at the very least, the fundamental connection from child to legal guardian. Broken clock is right twice and all that. But hey, how about you get into being a teacher and just fucking try this shit and get sued? And pretty much every entity above the school board and all into the shadow realm over this kind of shit. What the fuck is he talking about? This person also went off the rails. Growing trades. This isn't. Oh. Best. There. I want kids. Have a relationship with their parents where they comfortable telling them types of things. If it does not, that is probably mostly the fault of the parent. It is not up to school one's force that kind of thing on the kid. Ah, goodness. Some of the teachers doing this have gone steps further, having different sets of clothes that they can switch into to match their gender at school, all without the parent knowing. When it's of a certain young age, this is a teacher gaslighting the kids, and I'd say, even if I would be interested to see that story. So I wouldn't be surprised. If that was the case, somewhere in this country of 100, are we 300 million? I think that's what we are, right? America population, and I think it's hundreds of thousands. Yeah. How many are in America? Altogether, there are 4 million teachers in the United States. This includes. Good. Is that really 4 million? Good gracious. Of 300 million people and 4 million teachers. I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. Somewhere in this country of 300 million. Or how many schools? How many are in America? I think this is the hundreds of thousands number, right? Over 100,000. No. Hell, there may be a school or two. Country of over 100,000 schools that have that as a policy. That is that not what I am talking about. I do not think that appropriate for a school to So I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case somewhere in this country of 300 million people and 4 million teachers. Hell, there may be a school or two in this country of over 100,000 schools that have that as a policy. That, however, is not what I am talking about here. I do not feel that that would be appropriate for a school or a teacher to do. It's been a long time since I was in school, but like, doesn't Destiny largely believe in transgenders? That this is all a phase kids are just going through, specifically liking it to being goth, and we're just coddling them too much now, enabling and encouraging their immature phase? Point is, if you subscribe to the idea of pronouns and the rest of it is arse, as empirical as being a goth, why tell the parents? Why take it any more serious than the kid I knew who liked to put on black clothing and makeup after they left home, but before they got to school? I don't think teachers reported on that. I guess uniforms are really common even in public school now, but not so much so 20 years ago when I was raised. I stated in a previous thread, but homelessness rates of LGBT youth is extremely high. I and many other people in my peer group were threatened with homelessness if we ever turned out to be gay. If I were trans, I probably would have gotten my ass beat on the way to getting kicked out. With how polarizing trans issues are now today, I think it's very reasonable for a teacher to be hesitant to reveal if one of their students is trans or not. Very good take. Very good take, beautiful semantics. I love your face. He believes it because it's true and the statistical weight behind it. A vast majority are just doing it to be special when it's teenagers doing it and growing out of it. Fine, and it doesn't matter. Nobody needs to tell the parents about it. Exactly. Oh, he's pulled the kid out of the teacher. You're bad faith. Actually insane. Is this other candidate mentioned? This is a response to me? No? Or is it a response to him? Almost way progressive activist. It's almost always a progressive activist teacher vomiting that idea at like 10 years old, so it's always the reverse. Any kid past the age of 15, even the ones with GD or whatever, aren't going to want to talk to teachers because adults are lame. What exactly would you be sued for, LMFAO? I don't even think you understand what the conversation topic is. A connection between parents and child is formed by that child and parent. It's not a teacher's place out a student like that. Thank you, affectionate novel. You are a beautiful person with a beautiful take. Perfect take. You wouldn't be outing a kid if the kid is already openly trans at school. Yes, you would. You'd be outing them to the parent. Your first paragraph, no, if a teacher sees two students holding hands or hugging, they shouldn't necessarily inform the parents. However, if they have knowledge that the student is sexually active, I agree with this. Have seen the nurse for reasons parenting to promiscuity and so on. Yes, I agree the teacher should inform the parent. As the parent, I like to know if my underage... Yep, that's a very good take. I agree with this. The big issue I see here is that it's much more likely that a trans kid just feels more comfortable at school with how progressive schools' conduct standards might be today, and or social circles are, and the parents might not necessarily even be conservative, but the kid keeps hiding it anyways. It's not uncommon for a kid to feel more comfortable confronting in their teacher or whatever. Yeah. Right. Are having sex. This should hold. However, if they are just and are on a couple with no evidence, activity. Lycan. Lycan. 20. Pronouns. Lycan. Medical. Int. Gender. Code. Big issue I see. I don't think this is an issue. I understand what they're saying. I don't think this is. Parent. Type with their kid that robo not up to that the kid is great risk. The dark. Yeah, I'd be 100% pull my kid. Fuck that. Well, it is, and it was growing trend for some measure till people started highlighting the videos and TikToks of fucking teacher bragging about it. Are you really on? Yes. Why are you? Wait, how many? Wait. Looks to be like growing trend. Looks. And let's see. And this is not the topic of the OP. That's it. Red homeless LGT. Yep, fine. It doesn't matter. Nobody needs to tell the parents about it. Sounds like bread. Teachers just say this ain't the place for your experimentation. Take that up with the appropriate channels, little bastard. Okay, this guy's just. Alright, we're done. Almost always progressive activists. Teachers, it's fine. Takes outing the kid's already open. First paragraph. I agree. One step further, yeah. There can be no half measure. That's literally a parent trick. It is. It's old as fuck radical leftist thing, hence why I said Stalinist. Just go read up on how they tried to divest kids from their parents, propaganda at school, and had why. Get loyal entities to the state forever. The state replace the state with whatever this. Fuck. Okay. Russia. About a child. Different. Funny. Different. Pronouns. Does not put the child at their ability on their outing kid. Would but outing and it tell parents, but parents foster the kind of relationship that telling them and the force this on the kids. We're kind of one where LG those him have that bad. People have been sued for this shit, and it's literally against almost every school policy on earth to withhold information like this from the parents. It's always very telling me when certain topics get brought up and how obvious it is that almost the entirety of Destiny's audience are 20th-something kids. Give me a specific case where the plaintiff won the lawsuit. Context for this. You don't have actual argument. No, he does not. That person does not have an actual argument. No, the teachers say the same. Alrighty. Always progressives. What he believes is true. Literally, the parents' right to know. I'm getting to a point where we're talking to. Oh, they are talking to the other guy. Lol. Delete. How embarrassing. I don't know how to Reddit. I don't know how to Reddit. Whether medical treatment is relevant depends on the age of the child, but it's not the only important thing here. I'd argue socially transitioning is a pretty important early step in a transition, and if the teacher thinks the kid is using different pronouns as more than just a fad/experimental phase, it's pretty important that the parent knows what's going on. The parent not knowing could lead them to unintentionally reinforcing gender norms on that kid. Haircuts, blah, 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 blah. Okay. That is true. There is probably a for kids where parent there's probably a certain number of kids where the parent would be supportive, but the kid, for a reason other than possibility of abuse, I think for reasons other than the possibility of supportive, but other reasons other than the possibility of abuse, does not want to know their parents, and the parents go on like they are cis. I think that a blanket policy on telling the parent at the transition is a bad. If a kid, there could be a policy of encouragement of one, the staff trying to find out why the kid does not want to tell the parent, and two, of the if just because if it's because of i.e. and policy it to tell the parent would be a better getting that it doesn't hurt. are doesn't put those who are at risk of harm's way. Well, power. Fine. Alright. Allowing. Probably a certain number. The parent would with the kid for a reason other than the possibility does not want to tell the parent. And the parents go on like they are cysts that causes some harm in the future. I think that a blanket policy on telling parents at the point of social transition is a bad one. There could be a policy of staff trying to find out why the kid does not want to tell the parent, and 2, if it's because of non-harmful reasons, i.e. not the possibility of abuse and neglect, then a policy of encouraging the kid to tell the parent would be a better way of mitigating that risk. It doesn't put those who are at risk of abuse, even those where the risk isn't obvious and the kid won't tell, in harm's way, while trying to get the information to the parent through the kid, thus allowing the kid to keep the empowerment that would be lost should the school just tell. I think that's a very good sentence. What a base response. How many links or cases you want? Okay, this is old as fuck right up the left. Okay. All the things we're talking about are pretty anomalous to be fair. Videos and TikToks to prove this was actually a growing trend. I mean, the LGBT people, I mean, there are millions. All right, I think I got all of them. Yeah. All right, cool. I'm gonna go get something to drink, and then we'll get back to the research. Alright, I'm back. Some more people sent some Reddits that I'm going through, some replies. The problem with this position was limited capability to know this. Maybe. Maybe this alternative policy. If a kid without it, and find out if the kid has old or not. And if the kid and the faculty, the kid to tell parent. Oh, but right, you're conflating not telling people the effect of actions. Oppose math teacher. Kid. That. Know your true color sheet. It pronouncements. You're literally pushing active LGBT have right, but practice advocate parents about body it. Even 80% of kids identify as policy. If does not have a job figure out that they would tells the parent or the fine judge Alright, so I got 2 more. I understand type 1 and type 2 errors, but it's friends and the parents doesn't know that the parent also help the child. If a child's actually transgender, probably parental support at medical, if not counseling or medical. Separate child. So if the child is out at school, the parent already has ways of finding out, I think. From other parents, from their kids, to friends, and so on. Letting a kid be out at school when you think their parents would potentially... Probably. Policy. Goodness. Pretty retarded argument. You effectively compare early signs of a disorder. You believe transgender is a disorder that requires medical attention with personal engagement. Here is a fair comparison. If your kid felt dizzy or acted disoriented during playtime, should a teacher inform you? If you think informing the parents may pose some risks to kids, the implication is that it's the parents' unfit guardianship and invoke the law to strip them of it. Oh, I'm getting the same arguments over and over again, and nobody. I should have posted the Discord. I really should have. Hold on. Nobody's taking me up on the offer, but maybe if I just post the Discord. Server settings. Custom invite links. I want my invite links. where the fuck are my invite links? Invites. How do I just copy this link? Oh, I misspelled it. Lol. Word. You're lost, stranger. No one helps get lost. What's the fucking... my goodness. Okay, my.gp this. Public Discord / just discord.gg / discord.gg / Is that it? Okay. I think that might be it. Fucking dumb. Why didn't they just let me copy the whole thing? There are 8 people here? Holy fuck. Wish I can get that many people on my, How do I edit this? Share, edit post. Okay. Alright, let's see what this person... Okay. So I have already... If a kid's using traditional pronouns... Give more parents... Yes, they literally do, and they do go for all sorts of behaviors that they feel would be in the parents' best interest. I think this is true. I do not think this is true. I never. Give me some examples. That works. Already on to this. This stream has literally just been me responding to Reddit. I'm a little confused not getting this statement. When you're saying at least it's not written in policy, why is it at least there? Is it good thing, bad thing, not written in policy? Why do you think so? Because there will always be risk. Always risk. For LGBT kid in accepting. Yep. Works down because of LG status. If they find out other and that sucks and it causes harm, but which could do that. However, if they had it written in policy that they need to tell parents of kids are going by non-traditional profile about that behavior. Then every time there's every time those fail, filter out parent. So it by the policy that help anyone. Where is this is pretty okay, here it is. You effectively compare early signs of disorder. So it is possible. Is not. If the kid is found, Awesome. Oh well. For a fact, would not be helpful if I called the child was depressed. No, I would not tell them. If I thought that the child was in danger, I would call them. Okay. If not, I will talk to other teachers. Or we eye on them. It was. Oh damn! I just heard a gunshot outside. Oh, that's fucked. No student sent to the nurse who should evaluate the student, but the parent needs to be notified of actions, such as fluids can be given to school or both. Okay. I think I already just picked that one. Yeah. Well, I think ultimately what should happen if a kid is effectively living a double life at school is that they should be seen by the school counselor, whoever feels similar role in that particular school, so they can figure out if it's just a phase, fad, why they're keeping it a secret from the family, etc., and the next steps should depend on information they get. That's a good take. If the kid is keeping the secret because their parents are ultra-conservative versus they are just embarrassed to express it outside of school, being a she at school with friends very different than being she everywhere you go in the world, regardless of how progressive your parents are, then the next steps are going to be very different. It's actually pretty typical policy for a teacher to maintain confidence if a student comes out to them. But to me, a huge difference here is a student coming out in private with the teacher versus a student being fully open at school and then going home closeted. A fear I would have if rumors spread due to being out at school and eventually making it to the parents, taking it entirely out on the kids, and as opposed to the teacher notifying the parent. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, they basically just agreed with what I said. Great take. Fuck schools for real. They shouldn't have BS power like that. That's such a dumb comment. It's so... There's no thought put into that comment. Do you actually think? I mean, there are millions of others. No be obtuse here. I mean, the scenario kid using different pronouns at school without their parents knowing is anonymous, only for demographic. No? Maybe. Maybe, I don't know. Yeah. But I think or is greater than the proportion of teachers that are crossing the line in this way. I understand. They find out through other means that sucks, causes harm, but I mean, the school could refuse to socially transition kids. How do we weigh the good and the bad here? Scenarios. School doesn't socially transition kids. Nobody finds out the kid is trans, so the kid is safe, but has a worse school life. School does socially transition kids. People might find out the kid is trans. I'm still figuring out myself. Scenario 1 makes the most sense. Would you even enforce that? Oh. Enforce that. Also, this policy harms kids and with their parents. Does they enforce that? Going to punish other kids, call their friend by their preferred. Now they can't. Press. So that's. Now you tell the parent why they're good. Their parent. Also. Also the first person. Oh, this is getting boring, and nobody's really watching, and so it must be boring for any type of viewer that may have came in. Lip Club, are you streaming yourself posting Reddit? I just sort of got into it. I didn't think I was going to research and a bunch of was going to do a research stream, but then a bunch of people replied to my Reddit post, so I ended up doing this instead. They find out through other means that sex causes harm, but they're socially transition. I don't know what Destiny's views are on this, but in my opinion, the state teachers' educational institutions should have some kind of veto power over the parents when it comes to what kids are being taught. At the end of the day, schooling should be designed by experts, not unqualified parents, and allowing political/citizen influence on school curriculum is exactly the kind of thing that led to weird evolution of denialism, Confederacy apologia, making its way into U.S. textbooks in the 90s. You know what? That's actually true and based. Alright, I got called out for my boring stream by my good friend Brad on Discord. Although I think I like the conversation. I'm sure it makes for a boring stream. I was doing research. Let's try and not get distracted and let's get this research. Somebody just said something. They just said a thing. But they just said a thing. It's a fine take, schools. Big disconnection here that nobody is bringing up. The school's actual involvement and the behavior. Is the school going along with pronoun change, or are the teachers addressing the students' new pronouns? Ooh, that's a bad take. Hold on. Is the school going along with pronoun change, or addressing the students' new pronouns? So then there's absolutely no need. They absolutely need to tell the parents because it's dealing with the school's actual treatment of the child. If the kid is only going by other pronouns among friends, but the teacher is not participating, then sure, no reason to tell. This is a big difference in your analogy. If a teachers were setting your daughter up with a boy and encouraging them to date, then yes, they should be required to tell the parents. What? No, why? Wait. Their analogy? Another analogy. Okay. Morton VC. Oh. Making sure you're streaming. I just got back from IKEA. I regret everything. I thought I wasn't. No, that's just unmute. Okay. Okay, if a kid wants to be referred to by something other than his name, does it have to tell a parent? I don't think the distinction are making is relevant. Event. Why is it important? That the school informs the parent that they are respecting the student's preferred pronoun and not important for them to do the same when they respect their nicknames, accommodations they want when it comes to their learning. What else would they respect? He probably would have a problem with that. Kids by the kids rest does not tell the. Oh my goodness. Fighting, starting to hang out with kids who are known bad behavior, tendencies to bully, not eating lunch, or being too aggressive towards the opposite sex. You were a kid at one point, were you? Oh, fighting is... Okay. You literally do all sorts of behaviors. Okay, yeah. Starting to hang out with kids who are known for bad behaviors. Tendencies to bully. Fighting... and fully being aggressive to opposite sex are all disruptive behaviors where of course they would tell. Not eating lunch? I don't think they know the parent about the child not eating lunch. But if they did, it would be from concern for their physique, especially the child was of a known weight if they were under oh. Oh. It would not. Not randomly pull up a parent and tell them they are out with gate friend groups. I thought it was. How would you even enforce the first policy? Alright, easy solution then. Don't let teachers take the lead on this. School policy will be that children are referred to by the sex their parents register them as, or as their first and or last name. If the child requests teachers don't use their birth sex pronoun. Wait, if requested, they register sex. Be changed by the parent or child together. I think this. Wait, why? Okay, so I agree that that they could let a child pass the lead. However, they are finding that if a child asks a teacher, refer to them as a different pronoun, that is the child. Speaking if this allowed the child why would you disallow the teacher? Schools are not allowed to give private information about students to that student's parents unless explicitly allowed by law, such as some medical records for fear of harm. So many people claiming that hiding this information would be illegal, like they have any idea what they are talking about. Schools do not have the right to out you with anyone without your permission. To do this, you have tragic consequences. Let's just say we're not allowed to give privilege. Okay. I mean, what Destiny is asking for is illegal according to that person? Why wouldn't that be appropriate? So I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. Why wouldn't that be appropriate? I personally think it's inappropriate, but for the exact same reason why I think a teacher using alternate pronouns without the parent's knowledge is inappropriate. I'm curious what your reasoning would be considering your argument so far. But I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. Teachers giving, I don't like the idea of that. Why is it inappropriate for teachers to give students clothes of the opposite pronoun? What's up, Brad?
Not much. What are you doing?
Streaming. I posted I read it on the Destiny subreddit that got a lot of responses that I wasn't expecting.
Destiny, the guy, not the game, right?
Yes. Destiny, the woman's name.
Yeah. Alright. Yeah, I saw you did that. I've been gone all day, though.
Yeah, you went to IKEA?
No, I accidentally went to IKEA, which is the worst possible way to go to an IKEA.
How do you accidentally go to an IKEA?
We got rerouted around a traffic jam on our way back from a doctor's appointment, and I was trying to figure out where I was, and I looked over and I was like, oh, I know what's on this corner. There's an IKEA. And then as soon as I said it, I was like, oh no. And my wife was like, oh, hey, let's stop for just one thing. I'm like, shit.
Wow.
It takes like 12 hours to go to IKEA, no matter how fast you try and get through there.
I've never been to one. I heard it's magical, though.
It's a cool store. It's just intentionally made like a maze, so it takes forever to get out of there. It took us like 5 hours to go through the place.
Oh, wow.
Oh well, now I got a bunch of furniture to put together.
Fun. I personally do not like putting furniture together.
No, it really wasn't my plan, but whatever, I guess.
Was Baby Bird with you?
Yeah, we were taking him to the doctor.
Oh. Okay.
So what were you gonna research on your stream?
I wanted to find out more about that lady that got sued for under the Don't Say Gay bill for showing a Disney film in class.
Oh.
And there's also apparently a bunch of people leaving Texas because of a bill that forces people to tell the authorities if they are giving their kids gender affirming care, and that puts them at risk of being prosecuted for child abuse under state law. At least that's what I heard on the YouTube video. I wanted to research it to find out more about it and how accurate his portrayal of what was going on was, because you know how YouTube videos can be.
Are either of those true?
I didn't really get much of a chance to research. I mean, the Florida thing, so far what I found out was that the school did an internal investigation, and the only thing that the teacher did wrong was not ask the administration if watching a movie that day was okay. But she got all the permission slips that she needed to, and I don't think the school said anything about this film being inappropriate. I mean, it was a PG film, so...
So probably a nothing story.
Well, the reason why she was being... it was a school board member that turned her in, and the reason why was because there was a gay couple in it. I don't even think there was a gay couple, I think it was a gay character in it. So... yeah. And I want to see how this is relating to the Don't Say Gay bill, because it would be very interesting if a teacher showing a PG film with just with a gay person in there is being upheld under the is getting in trouble under the Don't Say Gay bill, and that's if that ends up getting upheld in court, that makes the name Don't Say Gay much more appropriate than it is now. Especially since apparently that movie has like multiple instances of the straight parents in the film kissing, and that's not an issue under the bill.
Which movie?
It's called... What's up, Base Gang?
Hello. What's going on? Something.
It's called... What is it called? Teacher wanting Wonders Elementary. Barbie says she showed 2002 film Strange World.
What?
This lady showed this movie called Strange World in Florida. It's a PG. I think it's a cartoon. Hold on. Yeah, it's a PG cartoon, and she got in trouble for it.
Okay.
And the reason why she got in trouble is because there's a gay character in it. That's pretty fucked up, isn't it?
Wait, who was that?
Wait, what'd you say, Base? I had to turn you up.
It's just Brad. Occasionally I do talk.
Oh, okay. Definitely.
I lost where I was. So, was there anything in particular y'all wanted to talk about?
I thought, oh, this is a, oh, I didn't know that was a, okay.
I've been gone all day. I have no idea what happened in the news today.
No, I think those people died in the submarine.
Yeah, the announcement of that was really funny, though. I mean, not kind of. The confirmation was just weird.
Yeah, it's really sad.
Wait, what was it? What are y'all talking about?
The submarine that blew up.
Oh, yeah. I'm a little like, I don't know why that became such a big story, but I guess it's sensational.
I mean, just people in a sub, they're racing against the clock to try to find them,
It's sensational. Yeah.
Well, yeah, those people down there, it's like, I think it's like, I just wonder if we can figure out a, way to save those people. It's just sad. It's like a child, what's the name? What's it called? A whale? Trying to figure out how to get them out, or those people, like, what was the Chilean miners? Trying to get them out, trying to figure out a way to get them out.
Yeah, it's sensational. I mean, okay, so at the end of the day, what was the consequences of that? 5 people died?
Yeah, it was still bad.
Yeah, it's bad, but like, how many people die of like any other thing and we don't talk about it? The reason why this is being talked about so much is because it's sensational.
Maybe. Yeah, but did you guys hear the announcement when the military finally said that they already knew what happened?
Oh, that's fucked up.
What do you mean they said that?
After 4 days of people thinking that those people were trapped in the sub, the Navy put out some announcement that they have way better sonar than what civilians have, and they heard the thing implode. Like it blew up on the descent down. It was just classified, so they couldn't talk about it, and then they finally just confirmed it. They were like, "Oh yeah, it blew up. We already knew that."
Oh my goodness.
I don't know why they didn't tell the families.
It's classified information. Some people actually respect that kind of thing,
It's pretty weird, all the people on Reddit just being super happy that rich people died.
Yeah, no, that's fucked. All the like, I have a friend that's like posting memes about this, and I'm just like, that's fucked up. Why are you posting memes about this? Like, at the end of the day, it's still a sad situation.
I think the thing people thought that made it really weird and funny was that they just disregarded all the safety regulations and they were steering the thing with like an Xbox controller.
Yeah, that's really fucked up.
The thing I didn't get is there's like a documentary from like 30 years ago. They already know what's down there. Like, I guess they were just bored. Like, what?
I don't know. Maybe I just don't want to. Hopefully, this doesn't happen again to anyone else.
Right. I'm guessing that company that made the subs probably not gonna. Well, maybe they'll just change their name or something. But
oh yeah.
Hopefully, they're not selling any more submarine rides.
Hopefully, a lot of I don't know, companies. It's weird, like that whole incident with what was that one with it was it's some type of vehicle that can go on water. It turns into a boat. You know what it's called? That was let me look it up.
Hydrofoil?
No, it's let me see. It was a incident, like, let me see. It's a, what do you call it? It's a bus turns to a boat. Duck tours, yeah. All right, it's called Duck Tours. It was like, I think it just started. Yeah.
Remember the issue we're discussing is with a school forced out kids to their parents. There are potentially bad side effects of both outing and not outing to their parents. You out the kid to their parents might become abusive. You know out the kid to the parents, their parents might be able to seek the appropriate help for their child. By preventing teachers from helping the social transition along unless a parent agrees, will increase the risk of kids get outed with parents and also allow kids who are out to their parents to be out at school. But by preventing, additionally, it dissolves the school of any liability. And always, oh.
Wait, are you talking to us? Are you reading something?
I'm reading something.
Okay. Where is it? What are you reading?
That's a Reddit post.
He's
I
fighting
mean, I
with
can
people
link
on
it if you're
Reddit.
interested, but I don't know if you'd find it interesting.
Wait, say that again.
I can link it if you're interested, but I don't think you'd find it very interesting.
Why is that?
It's just a Reddit post that I posted about something Destiny said.
What did Destiny say?
He said that if he found out that his kid was being referred to by the opposite pronoun and the school didn't tell him about it, he would take his kid out of school.
I can see that.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
I know you and Brett will both agree with that stance.
It's like you can't. Okay, you're playing a dangerous game if that's happening. This is very dangerous. It's like if someone were to do something with your child, something very personal, and you not privy, not known about it. I believe most parents will be really angry and very like they will feel like, no, I'm taking you out of school. You're crossing boundaries.
Was my teacher calling me he him pronouns? Was that a personal thing?
No.
Was that like a personal thing between me and my teacher?
No, it's not a personal thing. But if you're engaging in conversations about about their gender, about sexuality, you have to be careful. It might cross some boundaries. You have to be careful.
Yeah. So
and I think that if you don't let the parents know, you have to build trust.
Okay.
This is not you. You are not this. You are not the parent. The teachers have to recognize they are not the parents. Now, if you see abuse and all that stuff, go ahead and report it. You're obligated to do that.
Yeah.
But if you have to be aware of what boundaries are being crossed.
Yeah. So here is the issue. If a kid does not want to tell the parent that they are socially transitioning in school, then there is a chance that kid has a good reason for that. Now, I'm not saying every kid is going to have a good reason for that, but there is a good chance that the kid would have a good reason for that. The school does not have the proper mechanisms in order to determine whether or not the kid has a good reason or does not have a good reason. Therefore, the safest policy for the kids that are asking to be referred to by a different pronoun is to just respect those pronouns and not tell the parents. You can talk to the kid about why they don't want to talk to the parents about it, and if the reason is something other than possible abuse or neglect as a result to their identity, you can encourage the kid to tell the parents themselves. I think that's completely fine, but I think it's too dangerous to have a policy of telling the parents when the kids are asking for a different pronoun.
Then there needs to be an investigation if there is alleged abuse. There needs to be a report if they are afraid of telling them something. I don't know. I don't know. Loaf, what do you think? I haven't heard from you.
I'm kind of confused about. So, what was it Destiny was saying?
That if he found out that his kid was going by she/her pronouns, and the school didn't tell him, he would remove his kid from school because he would go crazy. It would be like a fucked situation in his mind.
Yeah, that just seems like that is like a situation where there's just no way to be right. Like no matter what if you're the school, no matter what you do, someone's gonna be mad.
Yeah, that's
there's no
true.
right answer.
But I think the difference is that under my world, under my policies that I would enact, you have a lot less risk of kids being abused by their parents or neglected by their parents because of their LGBT status. Whereas under a policy where you're telling the kids' parents, even if you're trying to filter out the potential abusive ones, you're not going to you're not going to catch them all, and there will be abuse. And the issue with this idea of, well, if they are abused, then you got to take them away from the home, is that you can't take a kid away from the home until the abuse actually happens. So, like,
you need evidence. You need you people are not just going to go around taking people's kids based on what they.
I agree, and that's the way it should be. But that also leads to kids getting abused, because if there's no evidence of abuse for the school to hold on to know not to tell them about the kids' pronouns, then it's going to inevitably lead to the school telling somebody who becomes abusive because of the LGBT status of the kid, finding out about that status, whereas otherwise they may not have. Therefore, they may not have ever become abusive. The kid could turn 18. They will never know until after the kid's out of the house and can take care of themselves.
Isn't that aren't you assuming that they are abusive? Isn't that just like almost what's the right word? Like that's assuming that they are going to be abusive.
Yeah, well, if you have
prejudging almost like like the instant.
Yeah, we have 3 million teachers in this country. Each of those teachers are probably teaching around 20 students each, probably more than that. So that's 60 million students. Out of that 60 million, probably about 1% of those students are going to be transgender, or at least identify as transgender. Some of them may not turn out to be transgender, and they may find that out in the future. But at least 1% of them, let's just say it's 1%. Mm-hmm. That's what 600,000 students in this country, and the number's actually probably way more. I'm just doing rough estimates. Out of that 600,000 students, there is a certain percentage of those students that are going to have abusive parents. They are going to have parents that are abusive to them because of their LGBT status. And if we have a blanket policy of telling teachers when a student wants to use different pronouns, those students are going to end up abused because the school told them. Because there's going to. Do you think that out of 600,000 students, there's not at least one that's going to have homophobic parents that are just going to either disown and neglect or abuse their child?
Okay, there's a possibility.
Yeah, so it's a very high possibility.
It's a possibility. That doesn't justify not. 1 second. Crap. Bio break. 1 second. Bathroom break.
I do think you've run into a problem though with who gets to define what abuse is.
I mean, that's true. Some people think spanking is abuse. Some people think it's not. Some people think that yelling is abuse. Some people think it's not.
There's already some people that think that not using the correct pronouns is abuse.
I think that not respecting your child's identity is pretty abusive. Yeah. It's not like on the level of abuse to where I would take a child away from the parent because of that, but it is a behavior that's going to have negative impacts on them.
You mean you wouldn't right now? How about in a year?
Would I take a child from the parents for that in a year?
Yeah, what if that's a more popular idea in a year?
I don't just go where the wind is when it comes to popularity. I look at evidence and I come up with my conclusions based around my generalized moral and ethical compass.
Well, it doesn't tend to be how progressive stuff works, though. It never stays the same.
Well,
it always gets more progressive.
So you do understand that a lot of the progressive positions on LGBT stuff, such as allowing kids to have surgeries, is unpopular, right?
It's less unpopular than it used to be.
Maybe in the 90s. I don't know the timeline on that, but it is an unpopular position. Therefore, the progressives aren't just saying things because they think it's popular. I mean, even like socialized healthcare, depending on like Bernie Sanders' plan, that was an unpopular position. Now, Joe Biden's plan is pretty popular, but
okay, I'm back.
yeah, getting rid of health insurance like Bernie Sanders wanted to, that was an unpopular position, but it was one that progressives took up. So like, progressives don't just pick positions because they're popular. What is that? What is it? The bathtub HRT? That is a very unpopular position that some people on the far left have picked up.
No, that isn't what I was trying to say. What I was trying to say is, you might say something is, oh, well, that doesn't happen. That's not a very popular, that's not what progressives really think right now. That doesn't mean that might not be the thing that progressives are saying in a couple of years.
Oh, I mean, I can't control where the progressive movement goes, but I can control where I go. And what you were asking me was that you might not think that now, but you might think that in a year. And unless there's a argument that's convincing that comes up with between now and a year, then I'm probably not going to change my position on that.
What are we talking about?
Taking kids away from their parents for using different pronouns than what they want.
Oh yeah, I think there was some Californian law. It's kind of very dicey. Like it's becoming too like, I don't know. I just find the issue like, okay, you're gonna have to figure out a way to include. It's like boundaries are being crossed. Oh, I see you guys.
I think you just haven't seen enough things change with the way progressives do things to just see that happen naturally over time, that something that was a fringe progressive idea just keeps getting pushed and pushed and pushed until something like saying, oh no, we would never take kids away from their parents because they misgendered them, just turns into, well, yeah, of course we could. Yeah, of course we do that.
So something that I fell into a long time ago was, I thought that a lot of the progressive positions that people were talking about online were popular. But then when I actually looked into the popularity of some of those positions, they turned out to not be that popular. I think that there is a tendency online for people to present far fringe positions as being more popular than they actually are. So, like, I mean, what position was fringe back in the day that, give me a timeline. 10 years?
10 years isn't really, like 15, 20.
I mean, 20 years is a very long time. 20 years ago, it was unpopular to think that gay people should be able to get married. So yeah, that's just called progress. I usually, when we do make those changes, they turn out to be somewhere in the middle, and they turn out to be like good changes.
Well, you're kind of just making the argument for me.
Okay, give me something that was unpopular 20 years ago that's popular now that is a objectively bad thing.
Progressives probably think about school choice. It's probably a bad thing, but now it's getting popular now.
What I'm asking for is something that was popular back in the unpopular back in the day that's popular now that's objectively bad.
Okay.
Well, what about gay marriage?
Is gay marriage objectively bad?
There's still a whole lot of people that think so, but nobody will say it now. But in 2007, Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton were doing stump speeches saying marriage is between a man and a woman.
those positions did change, but you got to make the argument that it's bad that gay people can get married now.
Still says not to do it in the Quran and the Bible, and millions of people believe that.
So is that where, if you get your moral compass from the Quran and the Bible, then maybe you can say it's bad, but like I don't think that's a very good compass to get your morality from. There's what is the real world harm? What is the real world harm in gay people getting married?
You asked for one example. That was the first one that came to mind. I'm trying to think of stuff that people used to say, oh, that's a slippery slope fallacy, and then all those things happened, because that's just how progressive things tend to go.
Yeah, but like, if we didn't have a world where things changed and people's ideas or society's ideas around things changed, then we just stay in the same rut that we're in at any given time, and that's not a good thing.
No, we need stability, we need stability. New ideas is good, but we need stability. There needs to be something stable. I mean, communism was once a new idea.
Yeah, is like changing gay marriage making things unstable?
No, let me think.
I mean, our system of government is inherently, the way that it works inherently adds stability within our, at least governmental and legal systems. I think that the internet has made things quite unstable, and the speed in which people are able to jump onto bandwagons and spread misinformation on both sides to allow people to become extremists on either end of the spectrum. That's pretty unstable, I think.
Yeah, we're not going to get rid of it. We're not getting rid of the internet. You know?
Yeah, well, I wouldn't advocate for that.
On the flip side, is help people organized and against oppressive governments. You know, people being able to do that.
Well, that one's actually a weird example and a good discussion, because you could argue it either way, and the internet has had very bad effects on society. Mm-hmm. It shouldn't have, but it has. I just saw this chart of like the rate of depression in teens and people in their 20s, and it's like just goes right along with the smartphone and social media. Like, people are just miserable now that they have the internet in their hand all day long. Oh shit, did any of that come through?
Sorry, I was reading something. What'd you say?
Sorry, my headphones dropped. I had to reconnect it. Sorry about that.
Never mind, it's fine.
Yeah, you was talking about technology suck, and it fucking fucks some eye.
Yeah. No, I was making the argument that the internet actually has been bad for people.
No, I think we just have to, well, TV was once, well, I don't know if I can make a comparison of TV. Yeah, I don't know. I like that. I don't know. Yeah, you always got to go roll with the punches, I guess. Technology has bad things here and good things here.
Usually the good stuff that happens comes from a fairly small amount of people.
Yeah, I guess, yeah. Yeah. I can see it. I see it, Mike.
That's been the argument amongst or I guess, the talking point for a long time, is that the internet was perfectly fine when it had a barrier to entry that kept most people out.
I think, so what if we can't do anything about it now?
I think people are getting better with it.
Yeah, it's like, you have to, I guess,
I got a question for you too.
Oh, that's the question.
Base King, I think you're much more of a Trump supporter than Base Loaf is. But okay, so when this whole documents thing came up, y'all first of all, y'all know about the video recording that the prosecutors supposedly have. Y'all know, not the video, the tape recording, the voice recording.
I heard of some recording to some news, or some journalist or some news person he made. Yeah, I heard about something like that.
So allegedly, the prosecutors have a tape of Donald Trump saying something to the tune of, "Yes, this is secret information. I could have declassified it when I was president, but I can't now." So this question that I'm going to ask you, we're going to assume that tape is real, that he actually said those things.
I don't think that's fair. I don't know if he said those things, and
So do you think the prosecution lied in the indictment?
I don't know. It could be interpreting something. I need to look at the evidence.
Well,
the
recording hasn't surfaced.
The trust has gone down for this, this department. As far as I'm concerned, I have to look at the evidence and I want to make sure it's verified. I don't trust them. I think that this whole thing is very, very sketchy. I think they're playing a dangerous game for the country. I hope nothing happens for everyone's sake. I think that, if they continue on, I think it forced the Republican Party to go after, to return in kind towards the Democrats, and not only that, but certain departments.
Okay, wait, real quick. Can you even, in your mind, can you even imagine a world where Donald Trump did take classified documents when he wasn't supposed to, was asked for them back repeatedly, and repeatedly denied to give them back, gave some of them back, lied about, knowingly lied about the fact that he gave them all back, and then got raided and had the rest of them taken back? Is that even a possibility in your mind?
Maybe it's a possibility. I don't know, but I think that it's very hard to take these people's word and trust these people, for a lot of people, given the behavior in the past.
So Donald Trump has not denied that the archives have repeatedly asked for those documents back. So we can take that as fact, right? Because he's never denied that they even asked for it back.
But what was the question? You never got to the question.
Well, I haven't got to the question because I need him to be within some kind of realm of similar reality as me in order for the question to even work.
Okay, yes. Okay, for me to do that, I will have to go based off your assumptions.
Well, I'm not assuming. I'm telling you what's in the indictment.
Yeah, there could be an indictment, but that doesn't mean it could be. We need to see the evidence.
But I'm also telling you things that Trump has said and the things that he hasn't said. So he has not denied that he was asked for those documents back. Do you agree or disagree with that?
I agree with that. He was asked for those documents back.
Okay, cool. He has not denied that he refused to give back those documents. Do you agree or disagree?
I guess I agree. I guess maybe it was still. I don't know what's the process of him classifying things.
Yeah. We'll get to that. So he has not denied those two things. And he has not denied. Well, I think he did try to deny until the evidence became so pertinent. Or maybe he didn't try to deny, but the right tried to deny. But he has not denied that during that raid, they found documents. Do we both believe that the FBI actually did find classified documents in Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago?
I guess so, yeah.
Okay, cool. So, in one of his defenses, he did say this. He said that I declassified them before I took them. And then he tried to claim that he can just declassify them with his mind, which we don't even have to get into whether it's true or not. Let's just assume that that was true, that it was a possibility, that he was allowed to declassify it with his mind. So he did say that, right?
I don't know if he said that.
Okay, but he did say he declassified them, right?
I guess I think he said he did classify, yeah.
Okay. So, assuming that this recording is true, where he said that the prosecutor isn't blatantly lying to on the indictment. Remember that the defense has the recording right now. The prosecutors, in order to use that recording against them, in order to put it in the indictment, has to give a copy of that recording to the defense. So if it is a lie, the defense would have that. If it's out of context or whatever, the defense would have that context and would be able to clear his name with that context. So assuming that it is true that Trump said the words or something to the tune of this is secret information. I could have declassified them before I left office, but now I can't. Isn't that pretty good evidence that he didn't declassify those documents and he knew he didn't declassify those documents?
No, you're assuming two different things.
How so?
Him saying, I could have declassified those documents when he was president is absolutely true. That doesn't necessarily mean he didn't declassify them. It means he's saying he couldn't now because he's not president.
Okay, so why would that conversation? So like I said, there could be context that would make that the case. However, like I said, the defense, Donald Trump's attorneys have that tape now, because it's a part of the indictment, it's a part of the evidence that the prosecutor's using. If that was the case, I would think that we would know about that.
Have you heard the context of the rest of that conversation after he said that?
I have not, but like I said, if there was context that clears Trump's names in that conversation, seeing as how that conversation is everywhere now, we would hear about that. Do you not agree with that? Do you not agree that we would have the context by now? Trump would be spouting the context up on social media and in his speeches?
Oh, no. I don't think the context is out there. I was asking you if it was out there because I've heard on a show what it supposedly was, but I haven't actually read the entire transcript of the whole conversation.
Yeah, so what I am saying is that the context probably isn't there. Because if it was there, Trump has access to it now, and it's not out there right now. So the context that makes that conversation look better for Trump probably isn't there. I'm not saying it's 100% not there, but I'm saying that like 95%, I'm sure that it's not there.
Why? It makes the most sense for him to not say what the context is.
Why?
Because if you're getting prosecuted for something and you have something that proves that you're innocent, why would you give the prosecution extra time to find a way around that?
The prosecution already knows what's on that tape. If there's context on that tape that would make it to where he looks more innocent, the prosecution would already know about that.
And if the prosecution knew that, they would never say anything about it.
Yeah, so the context is probably not there.
Well, you're arguing about context that you don't know is or isn't there. I mean,
yeah,
I guess.
But
there's gonna be a trial, and then you'll know.
Yeah, but like, Donald Trump cares about his image more than anything, and if this thing is making him look bad, he absolutely would go on stage and tell people why that is a lie.
It seems like the kind of thing that he would do, unless lawyers told him don't do that. That would be really bad for your case.
Well, lawyers told him not to insult the lady that was accusing him of rape. And he went on TV and did it anyways, and now they're suing him again for defamation.
Yep, defamation's a civil thing. Whatever.
Yeah, but still, like lawyers still told him not to. Like I don't think that Trump is very keen on listening to lawyers.
No, you're right, but
okay. So let's just pretend we're in the world where the trial has happened and that context just was not ever shown. It's not there. We all heard the tapes and it's not there. If that turns out to be the case, would it be? And I'm asking mostly Base King this because I know Loaf will disown Trump for this. Would it be problematic in your mind that on the one hand he said that I declassified these documents when that tape would prove that he knowingly didn't he didn't declassify those documents and he knew he didn't declassify those documents, and they caught it on tape? Would that be like a problem? Would it make you trust Trump less?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I can't. I guess maybe. I don't know.
Okay.
I know I don't try. It's hard. I know it's all I know is that a lot of people's trust in this system is at an all-time low. So.
Hey, I wouldn't necessarily disown him.
I don't know. I don't know if I would. I don't know. I mean, if he gives us valuable information that we don't know about, something about the government that we need to know, I'm all for it.
You know, I never have heard anyone. Have you actually looked at the precedent for this, the Bill Clinton sock drawer thing and the Presidential Declassification Records Act? Have you looked all that up?
I looked up the Presidential Records Act that said that the president is responsible for turning over custody of all presidential records upon leaving office.
Right, unless they don't want to, which is what
it does not say that.
It says if it's their personal things, which if they declassify and say it's their personal things, then they keep it.
Well, national defense information can never be their personal things. That's governed under a whole different law, not the classification process.
Okay. You know, I've heard something different that I think is kind of interesting, which, you know, be interested if it ended up being true. What Trump keeps sitting on is that he has proof that the General Milley and all the Joint Chiefs are just trying to start random wars, and he was doing what he said and kept trying to stop war from happening, and that's what he can't show to anyone because of all this fight over whether it's classified or not.
Okay, but I mean, the whole point of what I was saying was that he lied to his supporters. Like, if it was he lied to his supporters, and he got caught 4K lying to his supporters about something that he knew. Like, so a lot of times when people say politicians lie, it's because they're talking about something in the future that didn't happen. They're not lying about something that they knew about in the past. It happens, yes, but most of the time when somebody talks about the politician lying, they're talking about when the politician's saying, "I'm going to do this," or "This will happen if this happens." But this one was like something that he did in the past. He knew he did this, and he lied to you guys about it. Like I think that's a special kind of egregiousness in my mind. It would be like if Joe Biden actually did have some kind of dealings with Hunter Biden and Burisma, and he's telling us now that he didn't. That would be like the same level of lie, in my opinion.
Okay. Pretty sure that's what happened, but all right.
I mean, there's no proof of that. So, I mean, you find me proof, then I'll be on here saying, "Oh my gosh, like, Destiny, you're such a Joe Biden simp, but look at this fucking blatant ass lie that he told." But like, there's no proof of that.
Okay, get every single prosecutor in the country after him for years and years like they did to Trump, and I'm sure they'll find something.
Maybe. Maybe.
It's kind of weird how that two-tier justice system works.
No, there is absolutely a two-tier justice system. You remember what happened to the guy that shared top secret information on Discord? Yeah, that guy went to jail immediately. Trump doesn't even have a mugshot yet. So yes, there is absolutely a two-tier justice system, but it's in favor of Trump. Trump would have been in jail a long time ago if he wasn't who he was.
Wait a second, Hillary's not in jail. Joe Biden's not.
Yes, they're all rich, powerful people.
Not in jail.
Yeah, they're all rich. Yeah, yes, they are all rich, powerful people. The two-tier justice system favors them heavily.
I don't know about Trump.
Is he not a rich, powerful person? Like, he was literally immune from indictment.
You did 2 impeachments. You did 2 impeachments.
Which is a political process, yes.
You politicized a pandemic. They had
the political decisions during a pandemic is a political issue. So yes.
Politicized rape allegations. You try to use the civil suit as a way to say he did it. Some type. And then they politicize also Supreme Court justice, that thing with the rape, with the sexual assault allegation.
Do you not wait? Do you not think it? Wait. Hold on. 2 seconds. Do you not think it's important that sexual assault allegations for our political leaders be at least investigated?
Investigated, but not politicized. But also,
there are politicians. Everything's going to be politicized around them.
Demonize half the country. Some supporters to the point where you cannot wear a Trump hat in any blue city without getting assaulted.
Yes, assaulting people with Trump hats is bad. Base King, you guys literally politicized Joe Biden tripping over his foot. Like, I mean, what are you talking about?
I'm just saying. I mean, if you called him Nazi, the Hitler Part 2 for all 4 years.
When did I call him a Hitler?
I'm saying I didn't say you. I'm talking about Democrats on the left.
Yeah, there were people on the left that probably called Trump Hitler Part 2, but that's hyperbolic, and I disavow that kind of rhetoric.
Well, if you want to know why,
but you know,
such low trust and people want to believe that you won't. If you really want to understand why people believe that you wouldn't try to steal an election, this kind of behavior increases thinking.
Base King.
This kind of behavior.
Base King
influences people.
Donald Trump may not be Hitler Part 2, but he sure did enjoy the support of Nazis in America.
What?
Which politician do you think the people who identify as Nazis more identified with during the 2020 election? Joe Biden or Donald Trump?
Well, I know what's name supported him. Richard Spencer ended up supporting Biden. So if we're going to go with that. Okay, so how do you think that Richard Spencer is? Do you think that more Nazis supported Donald Trump or Joe Biden? I don't know. Okay, hold on a second. It's not, he's just about, they call everyone Nazis anyway. God, it's like, oh yeah, I wanted to say, based off, I like the meme of the Ocean Gate with the controller.
Oh yeah, there's a ton of them.
Yeah, that was kind of that was pretty
American Nazi Party leaders see real opportunity with Trump's presidency. Chairman Rocky Sunday says on radio that Donald Trump's presidency could give American Nazis a chance to build pro-white political caucus. So, which party do you think, which candidate do you think Nazis supported more, Joe Biden or Donald Trump?
They can support him. You need their support, okay?
Well, I'm not saying he needed their support.
So, okay, let me see.
Wait, there's an American Nazi Party?
Yeah.
What states are they on the ballot?
They don't they don't make it on the ballot, but the Green Party doesn't even make it on all the ballots.
Hello.
What's up, Steve?
Hello.
What's going on?
Talk about Nazis.
Oh, nice. Base.
Yeah. I'm gonna go get something to drink. I'll be right back.
Oh yeah, I'm in the Libertarian Party. They're all still insane.
Aren't you running for office?
Might be. I haven't decided yet. They're trying to get me to. I haven't
Which
decided
office?
yet. It's just a county position.
Oh, all right.
Did they what were the reasons for wanting you in particular?
Because I'm against some big construction projects that have federal funding that people don't want to hear the noise and nonsense from.
Oh.
Nobody wants more windmills around here.
That true?
Speaking of Nazis, there's a civil war in Russia right now, apparently.
Nice. Looks for Russia.
The Wagner Group leader, I forget his name, it's hard to pronounce, basically announced that he's staging a coup against Putin. And now Wagner Group regiments are fighting regular Russian army divisions. So
Why do we get involved? God,
I don't think we are involved, funny enough. I think he just did this on his own.
No, I'm just saying, like, why do we get involved? I'm so sick of.
So the Wagner Group is a couple thousand mercenaries, and they're fighting a what, 250,000 person army?
Yeah, no one said they were intelligent.
Well, isn't the army also kind of spread kind of thin right now in Ukraine? You think that?
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's kind of the thing. The Russian army is fighting another multi-thousand, tens of thousands strong army. So
if there was like an opportunity, this would be it.
Right. But it's basically probably going to end with most of the Wagner Group being either in prison or in a ditch.
I don't even know if that's real. That sounds like some kind of headline of the day distraction.
It's possible. Confirmed. Oh, Wagner forces occupy the southern military district headquarters in Rostov, which is a city near the Ukrainian border in Russia.
Well, yeah, but that's where they're supposed to be. They're fighting for Russia.
Yeah, but they kicked out the regular army from the city. So.
Yeah, Vlad might be a little pissed.
Yeah, I can imagine that. Is it still in vogue to chop your enemies' heads off? Because someone's head's going to be on the floor.
It's pretty medieval, but the dude's name is Vlad. I mean, it's gonna happen.
I thought that was impale.
Yeah, well, chop head off and pale. I mean, take your poison, huh?
Is that a real person?
Vlad the Impaler?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was a real guy.
Yeah, he was the Prince of Wallachia, staging a rebellion, which is now kind of like part of Romania. He was staging a rebellion against the Ottoman Empire, and he eventually lost. So.
Yeah. Oh damn. Wow.
It sends a message though when you impale 1,000 people on your front lawn.
But he impaled a bunch of Turks in the process and turned them into kebabs. So I think that was like 1400s, 1500s.
Whoa, that's not that. No, yeah, that was. I mean, it's a long time, but it's like, damn, I thought it'd be in like in BC era. Oh wow.
So, what are you up to, Luck?
I'm playing Minecraft right now. I was
Oh, nice.
I posted a Reddit thread that got more attention than I thought it was going to in the Destiny subreddit. So basically, my stream has been just me replying to people.
I checked in with him because I thought that he just was streaming and he forgot his camera was on and something was about to happen.
That's just.
Yeah, I appreciate the lookout.
What's the thread about?
It was a clip of Destiny saying something about if I found out my kid was using other pronouns for like a year, and I found out through his friends or something, and not through the teachers, I'd go crazy. I'd take him out of class. And yeah, that's.
What's your Reddit name? I want to see the post.
What's Liberal Cluck? Or it might be Lib Cluck, actually. I can't get Liberal Cluck in all the things. I don't want to play Minecraft. I want to play Pokemon.
You really got me back into playing Minecraft, actually. I was playing on a single player world all week.
Oh, nice. You play base?
No, I play Destiny.
Oh, okay.
The first person shooter.
Not the streamer?
Not the what?
Not the streamer?
What does that mean?
Nothing.
What the fuck? You got ratioed on this post? Holy shit.
Yeah, there's a bunch of people who, bunch of transphobes in Destiny's community, you know.
Yeah,
wait, did I get ratioed? I thought that it was a positive.
I don't know. So I'm only seeing it as one upvote, but 124 comments.
Oh.
So.
Is that? Oh, I always thought ratio for Reddit was whether or not you earned a positive or negative on the votes.
Well, I think on Twitter, doesn't it mean like the ratio of likes to comments?
Yeah, because that's the comments is the best way you have to judge,
to gauge down. Yeah, but I guess I'm taking it more literally when
actually
concept over to Reddit. But
the ratio actually would be when you say you ratioed somebody would be when you post a negative comment and about what they said, and that gets more upvotes.
Oh, I think it's both though.
Maybe.
Yeah, it's both.
Okay,
yeah,
well,
on Twitter, if you get no engagement, nobody's doing anything but commenting. It means that your message didn't go anywhere, but the people talking about how stupid your comment went a lot of places.
Right. But yeah, more people definitely disagreed with my take than agreed. But like, I'm not going to post a post if I think everybody's going to agree with me.
Yeah, I'm too stoned to read this right now. Can you explain what the argument is?
Well, for me, it's that I think that if you have a policy of telling parents whenever their kids want to use a different pronoun, that could be really dangerous, and schools probably should not have such a policy.
So the school shouldn't tell the parents.
No. Yeah, that's basically it.
Why not? Because the kid could be kicked out of the house or something?
Well, yeah, or abused. Just for being, LGBT.
Maybe. But I think there's a real problem these days with the social contagion of like differing gender ideology or like differing gender identity from the norm.
Yeah,
it's kind of spreading among like young kids in school, and it's sort of, especially if it's below high school, like if it's middle school and below, it's sort of weird that you have a very high percentage of these kids playing around with gender stuff when they're not even like old enough to fully understand the ramifications of what that means.
So
at the very least you'll have like a bunch of kids, maybe up to 5th of the class or something, being ridiculed like later on when they decide, oh, that was really cringe what I did, and stuff like that. So, and then at the more maximal repercussions, you could have a bunch of kids getting surgeries and hormones and stuff that was really erroneous, and they'll end up really regretting it later. So
yeah. So, I absolutely do believe that if a kid is trying to get HRT, and the school finds out, the school should tell the parent, or if they are like cutting themselves.
Yeah, but if the kid goes up to a teacher and says, "Oh, I want you to call me Susie, and I'm gonna, when I get to class, I'm gonna change into this dress or something," and then the parents come in, and they're like, "Hey, how's my kid Zach?" And the teacher's like, I just can't tell them that. Like, I mean, I don't think teachers are only there to teach the kids math or something like that. It's like if something's fucked up is going on in these kids' personal lives, or they're exhibiting odd behaviors or so on, I think it's on the teachers to actually inform the parents about that, since they're the ones taking care of them for 8 hours a day.
So what is informing the parents that they want to be called a different pronouns and maybe a different name? What is that going to do? Like, what are the benefits of that for the kid?
Well, it would at least open a conversation. I mean, well, at the baseline, I think parents have a right to know what's going on in their kids' lives, to the extent where the kid wants a whole different identity for himself. I mean, I think that's important for a parent to know about at least. And number two, it would open up an avenue for the parents to actually discuss these issues with the kid. It's kind of the same thing if a kid starts being vocal about certain weird sexual things that they're experiencing in class, and the parents never had the birds and the bees talk to say, hey, look, this is not something you want to talk about with people. This is something you want to, use these and outlets for, and so on, and this is what's appropriate, this is what's inappropriate. That's something that normal parenting is, right? And now that there's a weird kind of gender thing that's sort of a fad, fashion statement almost going around, I think a parent should have the authority and obligation to talk to the kid and say, this is what transgender is, this is the situation, this is what's going on, and this is what's appropriate, this is what's inappropriate. And that's a parent's job. It's not the school's job to just accept any identity the kid wants to adopt.
You still haven't you still haven't told me what the benefit to the kid is for the school to tell the parent.
Why do I need to do that?
By policy? Because at the end of the day,
I think the reasons I already provided are solid enough.
So there's a certain risk to that to children. There's a certain risk to that policy. So there's got to be a benefit that outweighs the risk for the kids. Otherwise, I don't give a fuck about the parental rights to know. If the parents as a whole knowing this is going to harm a certain amount of kids.
Yeah, but this is kind of insane what you're saying. You don't give a shit about the parents' right to know what's going on with their own children. That's
okay. So wait, do you think that
insane on the face of it?
Do you think if a school notices that Susie is dating Bobby, they're holding hands, they're hugging, maybe you saw a peck on the lips, do you think that school should call their parents and tell them that?
Well, it depends. What grade are we talking about?
Any grade. Kids could kiss in 3rd grade or hold hands and be dating.
I don't know about that. If a kid is holding hands with another kid in 3rd grade, and it's whatever, who cares? But if they're actually kissing them, I mean,
a peck on the lips? That's because I said the words peck on the lips.
Oh well, I guess that's not so bad. But if a teacher ever caught 2 3rd graders kissing on the mouth, do you think that's something they should ignore, or should they tell parents?
If it's a peck on the if it's a peck on the lips, then no.
No.
If they're straight up making out,
yeah,
then I would be concerned where they learn that. And
right, and that's something that you wanna. That's something that would be inform the parents' situation. I mean,
yeah. Okay.
I see changing their whole gender identity as similar or even more applicable to an inform the parents type situation than that.
Why? Wait. Yeah. So why is it more? Why is it more?
In one instance, it's this one event thing where these 2 kids did something that's weird for 8-year-olds to do if it's 3rd grade or whatever. but in the other instance, it's not just like one single event that was weird. It's like an ongoing thing that's relevant to the kid's very identity and like perception of themselves and the way that they want others to perceive them. Like that's a bigger impact on your social life and psychological life, really, than the other example.
So what benefit does a kid get though? Do you just not care if the kid gets
if the kid is doing something fucked up and weird, like identifying as a different gender when they're 8 years old, then maybe it's time to inform the parents to either get them psychological help, number one, or talk to them and say, look, is this really what you're doing? This isn't really appropriate, and if we need to get you to an actual doctor for psychological evaluation, maybe they are transgender, but you still need a therapist to verify that and work with them. And the kid says, well, I don't think that's serious. I don't want to see a therapist. And the parent says, okay, well, if you don't want to see a therapist, then knock it the fuck off.
Wait, what? And that's how you would treat that situation? Okay, so, but in your, okay, yes, there is a certain amount of people.
Well, you don't have to say the word fuck to the kid, but.
Well, okay, listen, but there is a certain amount of people in which when they are informed that their kid wants to be transgender, they'll probably be supportive and get them, let them see the psychiatrist. But there's also a certain amount of people that when they're informed that their kid wants to be referred to as another pronoun, they're going to get disowned, they're going to get abused, and they're going to get neglected, and they're going to get called and treated this way.
I really don't think that's a large number of people. I mean,
would you call that a moral panic, Clock?
Hold on, I'm about to pull up numbers.
Yeah, but is it a moral panic?
I am really interested in where the methodology for these numbers comes from. It's like you're gonna do a phone survey where you ask parents if they're gonna disown their kids.
Well, I would imagine I would imagine things like homeless shelters probably have like numbers.
Possibly. I don't know if they take that kind of data though.
This is the problem with this whole idea that some kind of state authority is the more important moral authority than anything else. Because what was it, a day or two ago on the Discord, Cluck's arguing that any kind of LGBT stuff, for kids.
Okay, so the difference. Hold on, I already know where you're going with this. The difference in those two positions.
Some kid might get abused, so now we have to just be complete authoritarians.
Brett. The difference in those two positions is that you're making a judgment on every single person in the LGBT community based off of anecdotes. What I am talking about is policy that could lead, given a large enough number of affected people by that policy, that would lead to a certain number of kids being harmed for what seems to me being unnecessary reasons. Do you understand that difference?
Yeah, you're making.
I'm not saying I'm not saying that every single parent is going to abuse their kid. My guess is that most parents wouldn't abuse their kid or neglect their kid if they came out as LGBT. But there is enough kids that would be abused that I wouldn't want to have a school policy that's going to facilitate that to those kids.
But you're completely saying it two different ways depending on the situation. So there's a small fictional chance that something bad's going to happen. So there should definitely be a policy that treats all of the parents all of the time like they might do something bad.
Yeah, do you see how strange it is that you're sort of arguing for the state in the form of public schools to like hide information about children from their own parents? I mean, aren't the parents the ones who should get to know the most information about their child?
Yeah, so
why should the public schools have more information about, a child than their own parents?
Because the public schools, okay, so
I don't think they have the right to do that.
Okay,
I don't think that's the right that's reserved for the public schools.
It's ultimately up to the kid It's not up to the schools, it's up to the kid. In my world, it's up to the kid. So if the kid wants to tell the parents, they have every right to. If the parents hasn't facilitated a relationship with their kid to make them feel comfortable to tell the parents, but for some reason a teacher does, then that's not the kid's fault, that's not the school's fault, that's the parents' fault.
I don't actually think that children are the ones with all the rights in this situation. I mean, children have basically no rights, when it comes to like existing in society. It's the parents that sort of reserve most of the rights over their children. And obviously the parents don't have the right to beat or kill their children. I mean, that's like a bare minimum.
Yeah, that's an insane position in my opinion.
Really?
Yes, the children have a
So the
certain
public
amount of
schools
rights.
should know more about the
No,
children than their own
wait.
parents.
I'm not saying the public. Say it's subscribing this position to me. I'm not saying that public schools should know more about the children than their parents. I would love for parents to facilitate a relationship with their students that makes their kids that makes them comfortable coming to them with those types of things. The fact of the matter is, a lot of parents do not, and some of those parents, there's a not insignificant amount of those parents, will actually are antagonistic towards their kids based around their LGBTQ status. So
Yeah, but it's really nobody else's business to
whether
keep
they're
information from the parents.
Okay, but you're okay with keeping certain information from their parents. You're okay with keeping Billy and Susie holding hands at lunchtime from their parents. If they're in a relationship, especially if
Well,
you
it's
get to
not like it's not it's just not a significant piece of information that you would tell anybody, to be honest.
And-
I
and
mean,
what-
like if kids are below, because this is sort of the difference. If two kids, let's just say they're 7 or 8 years old, are kissing each other, then that's clearly something weird, because like where the hell would they have learned that from?
You know what? I actually
If
take
two
back what I
kids
said
are
earlier.
holding hands-
If two kids are making out, they probably just saw it on TV. Like, I don't even think that's
but
significant.
that behavior needs to be corrected. Like that's actually
Yeah, and the teacher could probably correct
misappropriating.
that themselves.
I don't know. That's still like an incident that shouldn't just be kept private from their parents, though. It's
That would be an incident that I wouldn't care if.
anything significant should come to the attention of the parents.
Yeah, so that would be an incident that I probably wouldn't care if the teacher did tell the parents. I just don't think it's really a thing that needs to be required. It's just not a. If they were having sex, then yeah, that would probably I wouldn't. I don't know if I would tell the parents.
Well,
I
you're
might
setting
even
the
tell.
bar a little bit high there.
Yeah. But like let's take this to middle school. So it's probably pretty reasonable that middle schoolers are going to be a little bit more intense with their PDA.
Sure.
So if you notice that Billy's dating Susie, you don't have any evidence that they're having sex, but they're dating. Should they tell the parents?
Middle school, probably not, because it's like, what, like 11, 12, 13.
Yeah, but like kids start having
something like
sex.
that. I mean,
Kids start having sex at that age all the time.
not at 11. I mean, that's
Yeah,
not happening.
I mean, I guess it's anecdotal, but I know girl that lost her virginity consensually to another person at 9.
That's insane. That's crazy. That is not normal. I hope they were also 9.
Yeah, I mean,
9?
yeah.
Jeez.
Whoa. Hey, I didn't. That's very.
That's not
No, it's just very young.
that's a weird situation.
I mean, it is.
Where does she find?
I think that's an obvious inform the parent situation, by the way.
Wait, yeah. I agree. If you know that somebody's having sex, then you should inform the parents. But like, if somebody,
At least we can find some common ground.
but if they're just dating, the possibility is there that they're having sex. Shouldn't you inform the parents?
Yeah.
At what age? 9?
At middle school age.
Probably not. I mean, because this is varying by degrees. If a teacher somehow found out that a couple of 9th or 10th graders were having sex, I don't think that's even a significant incident. Like it, you know,
Wait, if they found out ninth and 10th graders were having sex, you wouldn't inform the parents?
Wait, those are high
no,
school?
because if it's like if you're like 15 or 16, it's like whatever, okay. I don't think a teacher should have to do to tell the parents if high schoolers are having sex, because that happens all the time. It's like the most normal thing in America. But if middle schoolers are having sex, then yeah, I think that's a significant thing. And if elementary schoolers are dating, I think that's at the same level of significance.
So middle schoolers dating, the possibilities there for having sex, you don't tell?
You
haven't caught them having
because
sex.
it's like if you're if two 11-year-olds come up to a teacher or just the teacher overhears that they're dating each other or whatever, the teacher would almost be pervert to like assume, oh wait, there's a possibility they're having sex, I have to pursue that. I don't think that's like a normal thing to assume. But if two like elementary schoolers are dating, the sort of younger they are, the lesser the incident can be before it becomes significant.
I just say tell them the situation just to cover legal.
Well, there's no legal liability there ever. But
Just,
yeah, so
I think they should do it just to cover. Like you need to build parents.
So there is a certain percentage of dating middle schoolers that are having sex. You don't think that the school should tell when two middle schoolers are dating, even though if it does turn out that they're having sex, the consequences of that can be very grave.
Well, I don't think it depends on the level of PDA that's sort of observed or seen, and if it gets to a level where it's like, okay, well, this is there's clear like infatuation here, like maybe that would be. But if two middle schoolers are holding hands, it's not. I mean, it's almost a little bit sick to immediately jump to the possibility of, oh, these kids are having sex with each other. It's like, let's just adopt a wait and see attitude until that becomes untenable, and then you proceed from there. It's a case by case basis.
You
Depending on the
wait and
situation.
see, but it turns out that they were having sex after all, and then they get pregnant or STD or whatever.
Well, usually there's indications, and I don't like this what happens sometimes where we get too deep into like what if this was this way, and then we end up arguing the opposite positions of each other in a farcical manner to like.
Yeah, but my point is that you don't typically expect a teacher to tell a parent about when two students are dating.
No, but I think part of what's going on is I'm sort of elaborating on, well, in this situation you'd look for this, in this situation you'd look for this. Depends on the age, it depends on the level of PDA involved. Like I'm actually outlining I think what's a coherent sort of argument for what to do when with these situations as a sliding scale for age and everything else. So I think I'm being pretty reasonable here. You can follow my argument if you're paying attention.
Yeah,
and I don't think it's that hard to understand.
I mean, I understand your argument, but the fact that you wouldn't tell the parents about Billy and Susie just dating in middle school, despite the possibility of there's probably a 3% chance that they could be doing more risque things. Even if they aren't too PDA.
Okay, and you'd catch most of that 3% if you were being attentive to the signs, like I was saying. If it's going on for a long time, if it's like they're getting too up close and personal with each other, if it's if there's rumors spreading about that, because obviously there's going to be rumors, then you look into the situation. But if you just see two kids holding hands once, that's not as big of a deal.
Well, know they're dating they're dating. You just said like if there's rumors. So if there was a rumor being spread about a girl who had sex with a boy, you would tell the parents.
Well, look, that would be one of the.
All right, so if that was like on top of them,
it's
holding
really
hands
a case by case basis.
Okay.
I mean, what I'm saying here is that there is in most situations where that was happening for middle schoolers, in most dating situations with middle schoolers, it's not a problem. It's not something to be concerned about. I'm talking about the cases where it's almost never not something to be concerned about. Like elementary schoolers getting intimate with each other. That's never not something to be concerned about.
Okay.
And that's just not the case with middle schoolers, saying that they're dating each other or whatever.
Okay.
I think changing your gender identity falls into the category, at least pre-high school, of this is never not a situation that isn't significant.
Why?
Sorry for the double negatives, but
No, I understand what you're saying. Why
because
is it?
Because it involves the kids changing their entire identity. Well, okay, let me put it this way: if a kid suddenly started coming to class dressed as Charlie Chaplin, and said, "Hey, I'm Charlie Chaplin, everybody. I want you to call me that from now on," like that would be a weird enough. See, that has nothing to do with gender, and it's still a weird thing that the parent should be notified. Like, hey, do you know your kid's coming to school in a fucking bowler hat, pretending he's a silent movie actor from the 1930s?
I really don't think I don't think the teachers would tell the parents about that.
I think they should, because it's fucking weird. Like, maybe are the parents informed that this is happening? Like, why is this happening? Is this indicative of some kind of child psychology incident, or
your position just seems to be it's weird, therefore the parents should know.
Yeah, I'm like averse to weird stuff. I'm just like,
tell them like if something's going on with your kid, what's going on? Like,
okay, but somebody going to school. So somebody going to school, a kid going to school, wanting to be called by the different pronouns isn't necessarily indicative that there's something bad going on with that kid.
No, not bad. Something's going
I
on
think,
with that kid.
Just
I think
It's developing. We need to find
having gender dysphoria is something bad always.
Well, yeah, but not all kids.
That's not actually a good condition to have, by the way.
What is the percentage of kids that want to identify as one gender while they're in adolescence, but eventually change their mind?
What's the point?
It's pretty high. It's pretty high. So most of those kids probably aren't going to actually develop gender dysphoria. It's probably just like a phase that they're going through. And if you do tell a homophobic parent about that, that's going to abuse their child,
Yeah, but the school shouldn't affirm that, should they? Because if the kid has a high likelihood of growing out of it, the teacher can't start calling him Susie, because then it'll just reinforce it and prolong the effect of the fad or whatever.
Because I don't think so. Because if it turns out that they aren't gender dysphoric, they're going to stop liking being called Susie and she, her, and they're going to ask for it to be changed back.
Ironically, you're ignoring how socially constructed some of this stuff is. Because if let's say there's a friend group of like 5 kids that are all friends with each other. If one of them starts identifying as a different gender, then the other ones are like, okay, well, this is interesting. If 3 of them do it at the same time, then the other 2 are going to be psyoped into doing it as well, just to fit in. So there's that to take into account. And stopping the spread of the social contagion by not enabling the behavior is actually not a bad thing.
Okay, so while what you said about the social contagion is a possibility, there's no harm in just calling them by different pronouns and different names if they want to. Now, if they start getting to a point to where they want medical treatment, or they are actually like depressed to a point where they might be cutting themselves or something, then yes, you would tell the parents. But that's like what you were talking about with the relationships, where you're looking for signs of something more serious going on. And if you see those signs, that's when you tell the parents. But like the whole social transitioning thing, that's not like a thing that's going to be concerning.
Well, where do you come up with the idea that there's no harm? How do you know there's no harm in that?
But where is the harm in somebody saying, for a few years, I want to be called she, her when they were born male, and then like after the social contagion or whatever wears off. Usually that happens during puberty where it wears off. From what I've heard, that them going back to saying I want to be he, him.
Okay, but you're saying that there's no harm if someone that's a kid buys into some kind of fad and they're like, oh well, there's no real big harm to this. Do you know that there's no harm?
Where is
There's
he?
no
I mean,
harm
if
to
you could
just
point.
saying you have to change something just to say that it's different.
Well,
And
first of all,
nothing's
I'm not
gonna
saying
come
anybody has to change anything. If a kid comes up to his own volition that they want to transition, then nobody's forcing them. If there's somebody in this equation that's forcing them, then that would be a problem. What I am saying is that there's no harm in the social transition from back and forth. And you haven't like you're just asking me over and over again. Oh, you're saying there's no harm? Well, what is the harm? Tell me what the harm is.
Well, the harm comes into place when the kid has a much higher chance of actually deluding themselves into thinking they are transgender because everyone in their lives ended up affirming that, and they got a positive response from the public school and their friend group and so on when they decided to socially transition, and they actually do end up going down an erroneous route of surgeries and medicalization and so on that they regret later, and that's a real suicide situation.
Well, I mean, so is not affirming the transgender kid that does actually become
Yeah, but you
transgender.
already admitted earlier that the percentage of kids who think they're transgender but really aren't is way higher than the percentage of kids that are actually transgender.
Yeah, but what is the percentage of kids
So
that wait, wait,
you'll
wait,
you'll
wait, wait,
probably
wait.
save more
What is
lives by.
what is the no no what is the percentage of kids that think they're transgender or that are think they are transgender but actually aren't? Goes through the psychological evaluations, is able to fool themselves so much that they're able to fool the professionals into getting on HRT for years and then get turning 18 because that's the minimum age in all states to actually get the genital surgery, which is actually really really rare for people to do.
Well, it's
Um,
actually not that hard to get transgender treatment from a doctor. They're
it-
like,
for
well,
a
do you
kid,
feel comfortable in what?
for a kid,
Well, no. Well, I mean, for someone who's 18 plus, it's very easy. But for kids, it's becoming increasingly easier just to get puberty blockers at least.
yeah. So if you want to talk
The
about that,
it's not that rigorous of a testing situation to get diagnosed with gender dysphoria. That's actually not very hard to do.
maybe not for adults, I don't know, but I know for kids it's pretty hard. And you can say that it's getting easier, and that might be true, and that's a conversation we can have, and that's a fair
hmm
conversation to have. That's one of those things that I say that
Let's
there's
have it now. It's getting easier.
okay. So what is your metric for that? Like what are you
Wait,
basing
you
this off
just
of?
you already admitted that's true, and it's a fair conversation to have.
Well, no, no.
I
I
mean,
said that I said
why
that
are we
it might.
going backwards?
Wait, no, no. I said that it might be true, and that's a fair conversation to have.
Okay, well, I don't have the source in front of me
Okay,
now. I didn't
but
expect
I
to have
mean,
this conversation, but
if you do come up with sources, I'm happy to have that conversation. Like because like I said, it's a fair conversation to have.
well, I
The,
know informally that the number of kids being diagnosed with gender dysphoria is exponentially ballooning at a rate that doesn't even make sense if it was all real.
being diagnosed
It's
and
like 10,000% per year for the last 5 years or something like that. Like it's crazy.
okay, I mean, just bring me the information. If you ever just feel like um feel like doing that, I'm
Right.
happy to read through it.
I
Um,
still have to research all that econ stuff because we forgot to do that this week.
oh yeah.
So.
But yeah, so and I guess if you could show me that there is a lot of kids getting onto HRT and later regretting it, which may be something that we don't even have information on right now because this is all relatively, the increase is relatively new. But yeah, if that does become a problem, then that is something that needs to be addressed. It's just I don't think it's a problem right now. And right now, the problem that we do have is kids that get neglected and abused by their parents because they are LGBT, and I would like to address that problem. I don't see any harm. Let me also put this one more thing out there. my best policy, the best policy position that I've come up with, that I think a school should have, is that if somebody comes up to you, hey, I want to be called she, her, my name is Susie, it's a male. Um, the best policy to have is to talk to the kid, find out, oh, do your parents know? And if they say no, to ask them why. And if there's no evidence of like the kid being afraid of being abused or neglected, or that they're afraid that their parents might hate them, encourage the kid to tell their parents. I think that's the best way to go.
Actually, that's not too far away from my position, to be honest. Except I think that, if, later on, maybe a week or 2 weeks later, they should have to ask the kid again, did you tell your parents? No. Why not? Well, this and this. Well, and then I think eventually that process should lead to telling the parents if the kid doesn't themselves and doesn't provide a good reason, that, would indicate abuse or something. I think that should be the course of option how it should go.
I think that that's also dangerous because just because a kid's not saying that they're worried about abuse doesn't mean that they aren't worried about abuse. I mean, okay, just a little bit of my personal history. My dad wasn't exactly not abusive towards my mom. And like none of my teachers knew about that shit. None of my friends knew about that shit. So like just because it doesn't get talked about, even when directly asked, doesn't mean it doesn't exist. So I think that any policy that's going to force the teacher's hand at telling the parent at the point of social transition is probably pretty dangerous to a large number of kids.
Okay. Well, I think we found some common ground at least.
Yeah,
But,
I mean, because I don't want to just completely take the parent out of the equation. I just think it should be up to the kid whether or not the parent finds out.
well, next time I'm sober, which, few and far between, if you know what I'm saying, I'll try to get some research together on that.
The problem that I have with calling something a policy, because a policy is something, you don't make policy if you don't want it to be something that's acted upon by an authority. And then you put in a policy something that says abuse and neglect. Well, there's a definition of abuse and neglect. So if you say abuse and neglect, and if you say the policy says we're going to tell the parents, and if there's nothing that's abuse and neglect, it's fine.
Okay.
So what happens when the definition of abuse and neglect changes? What happens when the parents just say, well, I don't think that's a thing, and I'm not going to do that? When does that turn into abuse and neglect?
So should we tell the parents, regardless, even if we think that the kid's going to be abused or neglected?
It's like,
wait, what?
Wait,
All right,
like,
I'm gonna dip out. It's always fun arguing with you. So.
All right, later.
Yeah.
Yeah, your issue seems to be that if you put an exception for abuse and neglect, that the definition of abuse and neglect could change in the future. But like, I don't see that as like a valid concern because the other alternative is just to tell all parents and just let the kids that are going to be abused or neglected get abused or neglected.
No, I understand where you're coming from. What I'm saying is from the standpoint of someone who wants something to be much, much further than it is, the way that you do that is to make a policy that doesn't sound that bad, and then to change the definitions in that policy later, because then the policy hasn't changed. But the definitions have, and the enforcement of that has, because the definitions have changed. It's a way of taking an authoritarian top-down control over individual situations instead of handling individual situations.
Okay, but what is the alternative?
To this whole thing? Why the hell are the kids in school that long that there's even these problems? Like, why are... There's a ton of other alternatives to it.
So, like, are you talking get rid of the school system in its entirety?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, that's okay.
I mean, that's the libertarian position, like right from the actual national policy is there should be no Department of Education, because you just get shit like this where some kind of nanny state is writing policies where people get to lawyer the words after the fact and turn things into things that they were never intended to be, and you end up with shit like this where you're arguing forever.
Where do kids get
over
educated?
Nonsense.
Where do kids get educated?
Kids can get educated a lot of places. There's no reason for kids to be in school 8 hours a day. It's just a federal babysitting service.
So where do kids get educated?
Homeschool, online school, there's unschooling, there's community schooling. There's nothing wrong with public schools. It's just, why aren't they just learning the things that they actually need to learn and then leaving? Like, why is there time for all this? It's nonsense.
Well, because kids are like humans are social creatures. They're going to socialize. There's going to be social norms and so like a society built within the school, and those societies going to have things like gender norms and gender expression, and as kids explore that, it could end up being something different than what you and I probably grew up with.
Yeah, I agree. I
So
don't
like
disagree with that.
so like it's not like this. So the school isn't. Most schools aren't pushing the idea of transgenderism on people. They might be teaching about what it is, because is a real phenomenon within society. They may be teaching kids that it's okay to be transgender, because otherwise kids are going to be bullies towards people who are different than them. They're still going to be bullies towards people that are different than them, but I think that a certain level of teaching kids that it's okay and having a society where it's normalized to be okay with transgender people um, lessens that, and I think that's a good outcome.
All right. We should definitely do a bigger thing about this. I shouldn't even be awake. I'm not even going to start on the whole education is fucked thing. But
Yeah,
it
there's a lot of problems
is.
with education. I can agree with that. I, I just have a feeling that we would differ in what those problems are and how to fix them.
And yeah, it just comes down to, I don't think that public schools and their policies and their administration should be raising kids.
Well, I don't think
Like,
it's raising kids. Like, what's your definition of raising kids?
kids are information sponges. Who are they? Who are they spending more of their time learning from? The public school system, or their parents, their community, their family?
I
Which
think
one?
I think that it's a whole lot of all of it. Um, and it's not just like the public school. It probably comes from like media also. Social media, YouTube, shows.
Yeah, yep, but that's all different problems that are kind of the same thing. It's where are kids actually getting raised by? Is it a bunch of teachers that don't really give a shit, that are just following school policy because some bureaucrats decided what they think is probably maybe best for everybody? Because I don't think that that's the best thing.
Okay, so the idea that teachers don't give a shit is like maybe true for some teachers, but I think it's holistically wrong. I think most teachers do give a shit. That's otherwise they wouldn't be working as a teacher.
Well, they care, but they care within a larger system that has a bunch of rules that they don't control.
Yeah. It's kind of like I care about the inmates that I take care of, but I have to abide by the larger policies that the DOC, whether I like it or not, forces me.
Right, but that shouldn't be the case with kids. They shouldn't be raised by a system. They should be raised by parents that actually give a shit about them.
There's going to always be a system above the individual parent that's going to have some sort of influence on the child. Um, like I said, social media is going to be one of those things. Unless you hermit you and your child and keep them away from the rest of society. There's going to be influences on your child that's not the parents.
It's not being a hermit. There are a lot of better things going on than social media and TV and what public school teachers have to say.
Oh, I'm sure there are better things. But the things that you just listed are the main things, and social media at least, and the other types of media that people engage with is a choice that people make willingly. School people have to send people their kids to school, but they don't have to send them to public school. There are other options within our system.
Mm, no,
There's no charter schools.
Society and the government seems to make it as hard as possible to take any other option.
So we have online schooling, we have homeschooling, and we have charter schools.
You know what's that charter school?
Which, by the way,
Yeah.
which, by the way, charter schools are probably going to have similar issues when it comes to transgender kids as public schools are.
Possibly, yeah. Oh yeah, I told you I went to Afrocentric school, right? Base low.
What the hell? What'd you say?
I went to Afrocentric charter school.
I've never even heard of that. What's that?
No, it's somewhere in Chicago. It was called. Well, I don't know if it's still on. Shabazz. Yeah, that was an experience, but it was.
What makes it Afrocentric?
They really are into the whole, I guess, the whole dashiki shit and I have to probably see information, but yeah, it was just, but yeah.
Okay, well, this will end up being a subject that I learn a whole lot more about as time goes on. It's not a key issue for me currently. It's gonna be.
Oh yeah, is it gonna be in the election?
No, I got to figure out where I'm going to send my kid to school.
What are your options?
Not very many where I live. There's 2 public schools. There's some online school options, and then there's there's a Lutheran school that's an option that looks okay, and then there's a Seventh-day Adventist school, but it's a ways away.
No,
you got options.
We need to get a music bot. We need some music. Set the mood.
What kind of music you listen to?
No, just maybe a little bit. It's just, I don't know. It's just, I like to see some interesting music. Yeah. Okay. But yeah, we need something to set the mood. Get people. God, it sounds kind of weird. I don't know. But yeah, keep us posted on Internet Base Loaf if you decide to run. We can probably. I am more than happy to volunteer some slogans. I don't know.
I support your bid and your Libertarian Party.
Why would you support everything that I stand for is antithetical to what you want? Why would you support
I think
me?
libertarians are less of a problem than conservatives.
Well, yeah, because they spend more time fighting with each other than actually getting anything done. So yeah.
I remember what's that guy's name? He debated Dave Smith, some libertarian guy. I forgot his name.
Dave Smith is a libertarian.
Yeah, I know. But he was debating another libertarian. I can't think of his name right now. They do a lot of internal debate.
Oh shit! I listen to most of Dave Smith's stuff. I'm not sure who you're thinking of.
Let me look him up. 1 second.
Honestly, there's very little chance that I would win anything as a libertarian around here, so it's fine.
Yeah, I don't know, libertarian. I mean, I don't know I don't even know where to find them in Illinois. I mean, I don't know. It's just.
Oh, they're definitely in Illinois. I know a couple. I can find you people. The biggest thing that the party has me doing is I'm gonna set up a booth at the county fair right next to the Republicans, so we can just fucking heckle them the entire week.
So I found a Gallup poll. I think this is the UK. It says that 29% of LGBT people had experienced abuse from their family members when they were under 18. This was in the UK. I would imagine it's probably similar in the US because we're both Western societies, but maybe a little less in the US because we tend to be more accepting of shit. That's an incredibly high number.
Almost unbelievable.
I mean, sure, you can if you find other numbers, then I'd be willing to take those into consideration. It's just this is the first thing I found.
I'm not saying it's wrong.
Yeah, because the thing is, a lot of people they'll say, "Oh, well, these polls are biased, or these studies are biased, or whatever." But I don't ever see like conservative groups conducting studies that are coming up with different answers where we can compare the methodology to and to kind of determine which one's probably going to be more accurate. If we could do that, then that would be amazing. But I just don't see it happening.
Conservative groups don't talk about LGBT stuff.
What? That's all they've been talking about recently.
Well, no, I mean like doing research like that.
Oh yeah, I mean generally speaking, conservative groups don't care about data and research. So they're much more persuaded by anecdotes.
Well, when your entire position is that you have to have a bunch of stats and statistics to, say that you have to worry about the kids over that 1% chance,
Well, I mean,
but that's not a moral panic.
29%, but that's fine.
No, I'm saying your whole thing you were going on about the entire time about the chance that a kid is going to get abused if a teacher tells the parents. You kept saying 1%, but that's not a moral panic.
Yeah, I was giving you guys the most charitable, the most lowest number I could possibly come up with to demonstrate a point. But like the number is 29%. So it's not a moral panic. It's definitely a issue that that seems to be significant.
Yeah, okay.
Unless you can find different numbers, of course. 5% of them have been subjected to conversion therapy.
There's conversion therapy in the UK.
Yeah.
Are you talking about conversion therapy just for gay people? Or are we talking about for trans people?
It's just the LGBT, so all of them.
Okay, because some people might think certain therapies for trans people is conversion therapy.
Oh, no, it's not like converting to the other sex. It's conversion therapy as in like trying to pray the gay away or pray the trans away. Um, yeah, you said that.
They need to separate those two. Because trans and gay are not the same. See, this is
Yeah, they do have their own issues.
because
Um,
now, yeah, if someone says that, I don't know, if I don't know, with gender and like if they send them to a doctor to specialize and maybe if they want them to feel more comfortable with their gender. I don't know. It's very see. This is why I don't know.
Fred, you said UK has conversion therapy like it was a surprise. I mean, I get the feeling, and I'm not really basing this off of much, but my experiences online. But I feel like America is probably the most socially progressive country in the world, and that Europe is surprisingly more racist and probably more homophobic than we are.
All right, and sure. I don't take your word about anything, but I really
Well,
don't pay attention to anything in the UK, so I have no idea.
yeah, but I'm also telling you that this is just from my experiences online. I wouldn't like take that as fact. That's my feeling. I said the words I feel like
Yeah,
before.
okay. Yeah, all right. I always thought Europeans always saw themselves as very progressive. I don't know.
Oh yeah, I think they do see themselves as progressive, and like economically, they are pretty progressive, and also sexually, when it comes to like sexual liberation, being like not prudish, they're pretty progressive.
Yeah, they have some issues.
Well,
Some issues.
they were progressive, like in a way, like decades ago.
All right, it's 12:17, boys. I am going to go to bed.
Okay.
Thanks for popping in. It was nice talking to y'all.
Okay.
All right, y'all have a good night.
You too.
Later.
Later.